Hello. Friday night, the end of a week. Excuse to party. Also, I got to tell AD that the thing is live and I've sent him a link. Voila, 'tis done. 'Tis done. And can get ready for a jolly old Friday evening. And cheers to you. Actually, that might not be cold yet. It's okay. Yes, of course. Hey, Celtic King. I'm fine. At some point, AZ will be here, and he will be able to answer himself. And hi, Zvan. And yes, Kirsten, this is very early for you. Hellion, hello. And whoosh, we shall roll on and see what is what in this great, big, wide world of ours. So you got it's Friday night, so dressed for a formal party. Gonna make my cocktails for next week, and it's all Valentine themed next week. So yes, and we talked about this on the other stream actually, how I managed to come up with what in my mind is a story told by 3 cocktails. Hello, Raiders. How are you? So I'm going to get a bit experimental with what do we call it? Garnishes tonight, because the guys on YouTube who've been doing challenges for the cocktail community on YouTube have come up with one for February, and it's unsurprisingly Valentine themed. And so the guidelines for the drink to be in the challenge is it has to be pink or red, which I think all of my cocktails will be tonight. They're supposed to be, but sometimes you can never tell until you make them if the cocktail is actually going to turn out that color, because your ingredients might have different hues compared to the ones being described in a website. But it's supposed to be pink and it's supposed to garnish with chocolate. So I have an idea for 3 different chocolate garnishes for 3 different cocktails. We shall see how that goes, because it is pretty experimental. Should bring them up. Forwards. Okay, so if I bring up where the Thunderstruck is. Valentine's Day cocktails. Thunderstruck, that's the rum one. And the others are on liquor.com. So Valentine, search for that, and Vivant, Bitter Heart No Better, and Hot Blooded. So we've got rum base, whiskey base, and gin base. I think it's, bit of diversity. I like diversity. If someone says, make a pink cocktail or a red cocktail, I think a lot of people's initial impulse would be like vodka and cranberry juice. Maybe not a cosmopolitan as such, but most people think, a clear spirit and something red to color it. So it's like either commonly people come up with cranberry juice or that store-bought grenadine that has a really unhealthy red color, very unnatural red color. But my red coloring elements are respectively the bitter red aperitivo, not doing fucking Campari. I've got two other ones to choose from. Blood orange juice, and it's going to be bitter red aperitivo again. So being creative and trying to work these things out. Megaleech, hello, good evening. How are you? Yes, we shall have Aidsy joining us. As I always say, well, sometime between in the next 5 minutes and an hour from now. Can never actually tell. And then we'll do Angry Bunch as well. Have a bit of fun for Friday night. Hello, Grasshopper, how are you? That's the remains. The clarified version of a cocktail I made last Friday night. And I still got it because I haven't been drinking that much this week. So, as I think I've explained multiple times, to make my life easy, I try to make all the cocktail videos I'm going to upload in the next week, do them all on Friday night. It's just kind of convenient. I think it's the style I've chosen to shoot them in. I have to make the cocktails a second time to get close-ups. And so I normally, again, try to do that pretty soon after. So usually Saturday during the day. And I often don't want to drink cocktails in the middle of the day. So I save them and thought, rather than have a cocktail sort of go stale sitting there for a hoot, why not milk clarify it? I was going through a phase of literally just tipping everything into one jug and clarifying that. And Jesus, that got some weird and fucking wacky flavors doing that. Not always good. So I stopped doing that. So what I tend to do after shooting the close-ups, I supersize the drink just to make it worthwhile because the clarification process takes time. I thought if I'm going to dedicate that much time, make it worth my while by making a bigger drink. So I just add more of the spirits into it and we'll clarify it. And then I have drinks for the next week. Yay. Drinks for the next week's live stream. And it's usually an interesting exploration as well. It's what happens. So the Celtic King use a British accent. I am shithouse at accents. Aidsy's extremely good at accents. I am shithouse at them. Yes, I sound like I'm so bad at them. I sound like I'm doing them badly on purpose for comedic effect, but I'm actually just bad at them. Shane, you lolling at my drinking? Shane? Celtic King, have you ever been to a cocktail party? I guess that depends what you define as a cocktail party. I've been at parties where they had cocktails. In fact, Mrs. Angry has exactly the same birthday as, and not just the date, the same year, born on the same day. Shares a birthday with a longtime friend, and so they will regularly have a joint party. And for a recent one, it was a cocktail party because I played bartender. I had a set list of cocktails and made cocktails for everyone. So yeah, it's fun. You can do an American accent well, which surprises you given you're a Kiwi. Is even Americans say your American accent is good? Well, that's good. That's the sign. Annette, hello. Good evening. Oh yeah, Shane, the clarification hijinks is quite a bit of hijinks. A lot of messing about. And speaking of hijinks, it's Aidsy.
Hello.
How you doing?
Peoples who are viewers, you are nice and I like you. Hello, Angry. You are also nice and I like you.
Nice.
I have a sad confession to make.
What's that?
I have sinned.
You've been sinning.
I'm going to put my teeth back in. I was doing a reverend backer there for a little while.
Oh,
Remember,
yes.
and said, I've sinned, I've fucked all these chicks and snorted ice off this
Cocaine
prostitute's
off their
back, or it might have been
boobies.
another
Yeah.
one. You can never tell. There's so many of them do it. And then within a month, the motherfucker was back after extorting all this cash and rooting around. They had forgiven him, and he was back in business. And the atheists.
Yeah, sorry. I just got to say a quick good hello to Abigail because I think it's also a goodbye, saying she wanted to say hello. So effing tired, lips are getting numb, need to sleep. Well, thank you for dropping in and saying hello before you have to go to sleep.
Abigail. Oh, I'm going to miss you. I'm chatting tonight. Oh, I just say all kinds of things to you. But
as I always say to this one, looking after your health is first. And so if you need to sleep, that's what you do. Justin, you can do a good American accent because you're American. Yeah. All right.
And I was going, nah, on you, Abigail, have the very best, sleep well. If you wake up in the next couple of hours and go, you know what? I'll be like, come back and say, "Hey, chat." Do that.
Yeah.
But if you
you know where we're likely to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, the Atheist Society of America wrote to the American government and said, he stole like a couple fucking $1 billion, right?
Yeah.
In tax. And the American government said, yeah, we're not going to do anything about it. And the American Atheist Society said, well, there you go. It's assumed, because there's no records, of course, that American evangelicals steal $1 trillion worth of the economy every year.
Yeah.
In America.
Yeah. Well, the big mega churches rake in millions of dollars in cash every service. And that's cash. So they, they literally don't have to declare. Well, they have to legally, but it's comparatively easy. Jim Bakker did actually go to prison. And he went, as soon as he got out of prison, he went straight back onto his grift.
Right. And they took him.
He went. It was fraud. It was never any of these drugs and having random sex that got him prison. It was actually fraud that got him.
Which was the one that did the whole "I have sinned" on TV? He was the first one to go, "I'm big fucked here. I'll come clean, and they'll take me back straight away." I think
that was. Was that Oral Roberts or Pat Roberts?
Falwell Roberts.
It was Jerry Falwell. It was Jerry Falwell. Yes.
I have sinned. It's like, yeah, mate, you have.
And his son apparently took it too far.
That's the stuff that you did. Jesus, I saw a thing on Reddit, yeah, and they were going, when did you know you were in a cult? And all these cults turned out to be far-right Christian cults. Not bloody robe-wearing, Satan chanting, cutting the heads off dogs. Was all far-right Christian cults. And they, one of these kids said that he was being hassled by his parents for reading books, playing video games, watching movies. Movies had to be vetted. And he remembered he was allowed to watch Bambi with his 14-year-old friends, and they were all looking at him going, what the fuck is this? And then later on, his parents turned around and said, no, Bambi's out, because it gives the heretical idea that Satan is using animals to talk, because only Satan can make animals talk. What about the donkey in the Bible? Smack. Anyway, and then they said he has to tithe 25% of his pay and allowance to the church. And he went, that will give me not enough to pay board. Kid's 14, to pay board and keep up with my school books. And so they said, well, you can give up school and go to the religious Sunday classes, and that will give you enough to pass your high school exams. And he said, it won't. They're not qualified. They're not accredited, and I won't be given the leaving school certificate. And they said, oh, you don't need that because you're going on missionary work anyway. And he went, and he left that house that night with a bag full of clothes and some games that he owed his friends, 2 CDs he owed his friends, and 1 CD that he knew he wanted because he knew that by the time he got back, everything of his would be burned or destroyed. And it was. And he got out of there because he didn't want to be an African missionary.
That's fair.
And his community disfellowshipped him, so he wasn't allowed into an area of the state. Right? We're talking about several 100,000 square kilometers of state, like a whole area. He wasn't allowed in. If he got caught in this place, he would have been taken by sheriffs out of, like, it was 5 counties. This place, he would have been taken outside the city limits and just dropped because he was exiled. Like, you know, it's utterly against federal law. You've got the carriage of any public roadway, but no, you're out, you're out. And he said he knew he was in trouble when his parents were aghast at the disgusting treatment that the murderers of Matthew Shepherd got for doing the Lord's work. And he was just stunned. And because he started to realise he was a little bit on the gay side himself, and went dragged along a car. And
hey, quickly, need to shout out, Celtic King was correct. He actually pointed out it was Jimmy Swaggart who did the I have sinned speech.
Thank you. Thank you.
But they've all gone down. My favourite was the one who went too far. Was who did we think it was? God, my fucking brain's gone blank already. Jerry Falwell Jr., because Jerry Falwell's dead now. Jerry Falwell Jr., who was never very religious but liked the money, so was fronting various business ventures. It was the fantastic story of how he was paying Pool Boy hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I thought, well, he's gay. That's not a huge surprise. Possibly not. Apparently the big thing was watching this young stud fuck his wife and sitting in the corner and jerking off. That was apparently the dealio, which was like, awesome. Cool, man. If that's your kink, you shouldn't steal money from people who think they're giving money to a Christian organization. I don't really have an objection to you getting your jollies by going on holidays with the pool boy and paying him hundreds of thousands of dollars, but don't steal it.
Get your kink by watching straights do the thing. I mean, I've done that. Who hasn't done that? I've done that while they didn't think it was happening. It was an accident. It was a fucking accident. Right? I wandered in. This house is like got music blaring. I've got to see one of the housemates. And I wandered in, and it was one of a typical Bathurst pattern house, right? Let me tell you the typical Bathurst pattern house. Front door, corridor. There's 4 bedrooms off the corridor, and at the end of the corridor is the lounge room. Then there's the kitchen off to one side. There's a bedroom far beyond the lounge room, and there's a bathroom next to the kitchen, and behind that there's a laundry, and then you're outside. So
Yeah.
typical Bathurst pattern house. Am I right here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Sorry, I
so
just
I
want to
walk
quickly
into the
say,
typical Bathurst pattern house looking for one of the flatmates. Music's blaring in the house. This is not unusual. It's a student house. I go in on the right-hand side bedroom with the door open. There are two of the flatmates giving it to one another, and they looked great. And I was just sort of staring, going, fuck, that's amazing. And I've gone, okay, you're staring at people having a root. And they've like looked around and said, and I went, yep, awfully sorry. And I've gone, looking for Tony. And they've gone, not here, fuck off. And I'm going, right you are. And then I've gone, and I've come back, and geez, they got up me.
Well, that's a thing that happens, I guess.
And I said, well, they said, what else did you need to be told? The fucking music was blaring. There's nobody was answering your knocks at the door. And I'm going, well, your door was open. I'm often here in this house. And I often wander in for the purposes of, and your door was open. There wasn't a lot of security going on if you were that terribly worried about that. And I didn't linger. I was just sort of stopped, viewed, and sort of wandered on. Maybe I lingered a little bit too long. Like I was there 3 seconds more than like half a second. You look and go, oh, no. Right. But I was there looking and going, wow. Okay,
they look good.
And then I was just, as I was starting to go, no, and move on, then they were going, you can fuck off. And I did. But, there's nothing wrong with party time. I mean,
it's just context. It's all about context. And I'm sorry, someone's just come in, not a regular viewer, CWN on Twitch. What are we talking about? Well, currently we're talking about televangelists and sex. So, you never know your luck.
Televangelists having sex after basically telling their people not to have sex at all. Making millions of dollars out of it. And then when they get busted, they come back from being busted and going, look, the big guy spoke to me again, and I should go back to doing the televangelism with the wisdoms that I had before. And they say the same old stuff that they did before, and they don't even pause for breath in there saying you shouldn't snort ice off the back of male prostitutes while you're giving it to them up your nuts and guts. No problem. And their flock goes back. That's the thing that's done,
which is
me
pretty
every
freaky.
time.
Jim Backer's back
Jonestown
again.
Massacre should have been a big fucking alarm bell in the United States of America. Why? Because a senator got killed. That is the thing that raises a flag. Right? If a human gets killed in America, it means nothing. But if a senator gets killed, that's a problem. And so it was the first time they said, oh, my stars, a Christian organization could do something so wrong. This guy moved his entire organization down to Guyana so that he wouldn't be subject to the laws of the United States. He's a church. They're already not subject to the laws of the United States. Let's just face it, they're not. They can do pretty much anything they fucking want, including taking young gay kids and torturing them into being straight again. And they're giving government money for it. Yay. Obama stopped that, actually. Obama was the first one that said, we're giving government money for resexualization camps. Oh, yeah. No. Because remember, he went on a big sale, like a big austerity drive, and said, what are we spending money on? And they said, oh, executions cost more
Yeah,
than
they
holding
do.
them in prison for the rest of their life. And he said, well, let's not do that anymore.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people didn't get murdered because they it was too expensive.
Yeah.
And
Although Trump just streamlined that and executed, I think, 6 people in the last couple of months. So in the last couple of months, he executed more people than a president had in 60 years. All the presidents in 60 years had done. But yeah, he's a great guy. He's
a great guy.
Yeah, and also,
great guy. He'll
yeah,
be remembered. Trump will be remembered.
Yeah, the conversion torture shit. They just passed a law in a late night sitting in the Victorian Parliament last night banning conversion therapy because, it's sick and evil.
Do you know why that is? I found out a bit about that. Because, and my history with the Liberal Party is well known. And my love of them is well known. And basically, Dan Andrews has been running around after COVID. And he was the one that pushed through the legalised gay marriage and helped the main federal campaign, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, the opposition leader, the Liberal Party opposition leader came to Dan Andrews and said, listen, mate, did you know that Pray the Gay Away camps are still legal? And he went, I thought we got rid of all that because they put a raft of legislation through. We're coming up for like 7-8 years. It was back in the Bracks days where they went, listen, the Wicker Church is a church, and this whole hate on the gays thing legally is out. And so they put this raft of legislation through. And so everyone was kind of comfortable with where gay rights on a strictly legal setting was. I mean, getting societal rights together is different. But the Liberals come up to him and said, do you know it's still actually illegal to do that here in Victoria? And we know that because we had a letter from a very concerned pastor saying that a parish across, a pastor came to dinner to his place and said, we're setting up a Pray the Gay Away church. We tried it on in New South Wales and Western Australia and they knocked us back, but we found out we can do it here. So we're buying land and we're setting up the program and we're blah, 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 blah. And the pastor was going, and so he wrote to the government and said, did you know? Apparently the Liberals came to the Labor and went, yeah, this is real. And they all got together and said, yeah, no. And like you say, in the late night sitting, they went, no. And apparently debate was a record sitting. It was like through the houses twice in a day. It's like, are we cool with this? No. We're stopping it? Yes, right. Read it again. Are we cool with this? No.
Apparently the Liberal Party's formal position was to not vote against it, and only one really conservative Liberal went, it's an attack on freedoms and whatnot, but they didn't oppose. I think they probably abstained. I think they didn't vote on it thing. And I also want to address CWN in the chat again, saying, not a fan of Trump, but the president doesn't decide who gets the death sentence. To clarify, the death sentence is passed by a court, but Obama had suspended all federal death sentences. So the people
moratorium.
People were indefinitely on death row. Trump, for whatever reason, made the decision to reverse that and push through a bunch of executions, some of which, honestly, the conviction was very questionable.
Very weak. Very weak.
And it was the decision of the Trump administration to execute the people that were executed. So while on one level what you're saying is true, on another level it's very, very not true, because it was the direct action of the Trump administration that got all these people executed.
The other thing that wasn't wasn't accounted for when Obama put the moratorium on the death sentence for economic reasons. And that's what he said. He said it's this is ridiculous. We don't agree with just taking life anyway, but it's actually more expensive to do this, so we're just going to stop it. Quite a number of people, because they had that extra time, were able to get scientific evidence to show that they were exonerated. Now, this is always the fear of executing people, and this is one of the big reasons why Australia doesn't do it anymore, because we have had a bad track record of executing people to later find out that they really didn't do it. We used to do it all the fucking time. Jesus, they reckon something like 25% of the executions in Australia's history were false.
The last person executed in Australia was executed in Victoria and it was pushed for by the then Liberal Premier. It was completely political. He was a career crim, and he was busted out of prison, like not in a subtle way, by people with guns. And a prison guard was killed in the breakout. And this guy was...
He was an evil piece of shit. Let's not get that wrong.
He was a career criminal, but there was no evidence as to who actually shot the prison guard. He may have been shot in crossfire. He may have been shot by another prison guard. And America has all those felony laws that if you are committing a felony crime when someone's killed, you can be charged with their murder even if you didn't do anything to it. Australia has no such, never has laws like that. So they put the extremely bullshit case that this guy personally had killed the guard in the escape.
Which is, by the way, very, very unlikely. Yes, they did bust him out with guns, but it was highly unlikely that he had a gun because the object was to get him out. He was probably being shepherded out with people with guns. They probably wouldn't have fucked around by getting an extra gun in with him. They're probably just shepherding him out.
Raiders remembers it was Ronald Ryan, last person executed in Australia, and it was the Premier Bolte who was obsessed with getting a conviction. Again, all the fucking Liberal Party premiers of that era were fucking crims and were just fucking...
What was my the Reverend Doctor's call? He said, that'd be about right. An ugly prick of a premier and an ugly prick of a bridge after him. And I thought, okay, fair enough. So, quite a good few of these people on death row got exonerated because of scientific evidence. And Australia's always been terrified since those days that we keep on necking the wrong people. And we have. It's estimated that we necked 25% of people who are innocent. And we have since come to the premise that it doesn't hurt to lock someone up for the rest of their life, only to find out later that they didn't do it. You can pay them shitloads of money, set them up nicely, and we don't have double jeopardy here. If you lock someone up for a crime and basically someone else is found to have done it, they get locked up. Also, if you get locked up for a crime and get exonerated and then get found to have done that crime or go back and do the crime you were locked up for, you get locked up again. So there's also no tainted evidence. If you didn't get a proper warrant to get the evidence, it's not tainted, it's evidence. You know, if there's an atomic bomb in the boot of your car, there's an atomic bomb in the boot of your car. Because the boot opened accidentally isn't a thing. Also, there's very strict rules on how the evidence is gained. You've got to be real careful on how that evidence was obtained, because if there's any break in the chain of evidence that your defence can put a chink into, they can basically say the police planted it. And the police these days are very, very, very careful to make sure that if they're planting evidence on you, that it's very convincing.
But it turns out if your lawyer is actually a police informer, even if you're super fucking guilty, that'll get you out of prison and have your conviction overturned. For those who aren't aware of this one, I think most Australians would be, because it was a big story. Lawyer X, this woman, she was a lawyer for all of Melbourne's biggest mobsters. And how she phrased it is she was so appalled by what they were doing, she couldn't in good conscience protect them. So she went to the cops and said, like, if you pay me because I'll need to disappear and protect me, I'll tell you everything they tell me, which is super fucking illegal. But the cops kept it secret for a really long time. And then it finally came out, I think, just last year. And so a lot of high profile convictions are being thrown out because it was based on the lawyer telling cops stuff, and lawyers aren't allowed to tell cops stuff. So even though things the lawyer told the cops were true, you had to overturn the convictions. Yes, Van, her name's released. Raiders said it there. Nicola Gobbo. She's actually from a famous legal family. And she's hiding overseas somewhere at the moment because she has no doubt whatsoever there's a bunch of people, probably half of them cops, who want her whacked. And so she won't come back to Australia.
No, she won't be back in Australia anytime soon. You'll find her family for Christmas goes off in different directions, some to Europe, some to America, some to South America, and then they'll all disappear from there in the guise of Blackwater security, and then they'll turn up somewhere quiet, probably Sorrento, or what's that island, that volcanic island that blew up that they thought was Atlantis, the
I
big.
Don't know.
It's a big crescent island. It's a beautiful place. White houses, blue roofs, lots of cruise ships.
Somewhere in Greece, yeah.
Greece, Italy, and they think that's where the sea people came from. That simultaneously wiped out the Egyptians. Basically around the Mediterranean, they turned up and they said, "We'll have this," and they did. It was the end of the world. Look up the end of the world and the sea people, and it happened at the fall of all these empires. The Phoenicians went down, the Egyptians went down. Anyway, look, Serene, does that make sense?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Santorini. I remember the name. Santorini.
Santorini, there, that is near Greece. Yes. PWN guessed Pompeii. Not quite right. But because I always look up, is it the anniversary or something? We're right around the anniversary of Vesuvius exploding on Pompeii. It happened around this time. Oh, and hi Lee, by the way. Yeah.
Hi Lee.
What do you say? Should we get some? I don't know if anyone's in the mood. No one's brought it up. Do Angry Bunch for a Friday night? Oh,
we should do some Angry Brady Bunch because I'm still trying out my not speaking till spoken to rule.
We'll try that.
I tend to go on and on. I was going to say about Pompeii, as they do more and more digging or dusting, really. They're finding wonderful murals and wonderful graffiti. And so they've gone into one of the boys' public toilets. And there's a public toilet there, and it's got this Maximus Paulus Gregorius in 421, emperor of whoever was at the time, had an exceedingly good shit here. And
all the filthy graffiti.
Great graffiti that echoes down the centuries, except now it's all just bubble writing and tags. I fucking hate tags. It's the saddest shit you've ever seen. Yeah. Especially when it's tags over really good pieces. You see pieces up on the wall and you go, oh, That's like heartbreakingly gorgeous. And some cockhead goes with a texture and
Yeah.
goes, "Nee," and you can't read it, and it's like, yeah, I'm a coward because I've got a tag, and now you can't read the tag to further encrypt it. But I made my mark in the world, and I exist, and it's like, no, it's the publishing of
Yeah.
despair.
Yeah, that rampant jealousy of I demand you pay attention, as much attention to me as to this artist, even though I have no talent and nothing to offer. I
Yeah,
actually saw some little dweebs doing it one time, and I just looked at them, and they turned around like, "What?" I went, "Nothing. You're just exactly what I expected." And, and I don't think they know what I meant. And it's just like, because you look like fucking little pieces of shit.
do you know what I saw, which was really beautiful once?
Yeah.
This guy was painting, spray painting on a train window.
Yeah.
And the carriage was giving it a lot of Melbourne anger.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this one woman said, "You little shit." And another young, fairly toughish guy comes over and says, "Don't do that. That's a shit act." And he says, "It's just my art, man." He goes, "All right." Grabs the spray paint off him and starts to paint on him.
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, just don't." He says, "Don't worry about it, man. It's just my art." Just spray, and then fucking throws his can at him and walks away.
Yes.
"Oh, you fucking dog, you fucking can," and everybody on the trains laughed, including me. And I was fucking, you know what was really weird is I was thinking I should do that myself. I'm going to fucking spray him. And this guy beat me to it and went, "Yeah, good day." So yeah, next time you see someone spraying on a train, spray them and just say it's your art.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the cops come up, I pretty much guarantee they're going to lose evidence. So I reckon we should angry bunch it. How did we go?
Right.
I was doing the monologue.
All right. So I have actually put the link there. Anyone who's interested, if you want to chat, by all means, join us. Otherwise, we shall continue. I actually looked up back to the gay conversion vote because the ABC didn't mention the actual vote. And what I said about the Liberal Party didn't vote against it. 2 of their more conservative MPs went against direction and voted against it, and a bunch of conservative crossbenchers did. So the actual vote was 29-9. So you can tell not everyone voted. So 7 independent conservative crossbenchers and 2 Liberal Party knobs voted against it. And so, yeah, as you say, it's like the Liberal Party just went, well, we get all sorts of stupid shit from Liberal and National voters if we actually voted on this. So we're not doing any. We're abstaining, okay? Because
but this was the thing that stunned me. It was actually them that pushed it. It was because, like I said, Andrews has got his hands full with Corona, right? He's doing nothing else, and they've just whispered in his ear, "Do you know this is on?"
I don't know about that, but
well, this is the drum that I got, and they said, and they basically set it up, and they also said, "We'll go with it." I didn't know they were going to abstain, but I did know that they'd pretty much set it up because they were kind of aghast because they know the shit that goes on in those places, and no one wants to be involved in that. There's also, because of my sources, there's going to be a bit of a shake-up in rehab for drugs. There's word gone out that the church groups have had 50 years and a lot of money to sort out the problem and are doing the same things that they've done for 50 years, and nothing's gotten better because they have a 79% recidivist rate when some of the evidence-based stuff has a 32 to 35% recidivist rate. And governments who are now starting to find that their wallets are very slim and their purse strings are very tight are starting to go, we're really looking for value for cash. And we still have to maintain services or we're going to get our asses voted out like a motherfucker. Because it doesn't matter if Dan Andrews gets voted out, right? If the Liberal Party comes in on the abortion that the economy and our health system is at the moment, they've got one term again to turn it around and they can't. So everybody is looking around for services to keep. They can't cut welfare because blood will run in the streets. We did come here in chains. And it is a way to prop up local economies. And effectively, they can't kill off too much stuff because they've done a lot of killing off, and koala burning was a big problem. That has become a massive scandal. And Friendly Geordies has made sure of that.
But his actual ability to make any impact appears to be zero. Just noting it,
but
it hasn't. He tried really hard and has had no effect on politics at all. But anyway,
no, it doesn't. But remember that the way information is now being promulgated is in a whole different way. You know, we had one of the things that was fascinating is we had a really good turnout for gay marriage vote with young people, and then the federal election came on and they were bored. It was like, oh, do we got to go and do it again? It was like, yes, you do. So information is being promulgated in a whole new way. Hello, Lee. How you going, mate?
Hello.
And so his methods aren't everything you'd go for, but
it's not his methods. I'm actually not singling him out. Satirical, funny entertainment in politics has been shown again and again and again and again and again and again to have no fucking effect on votes. Back to fucking Weimar Germany with those seditious cabaret acts that mocked the Nazis. How well did that go? I'm just saying it doesn't change how people vote.
No, it doesn't change.
It's an echo chamber.
But it's okay. No, that is real. However, to remember, for example, your Trump basically ran by Twitter. He decreed by Twitter. And he reached
that was the actual politician, though.
Yeah, the actual politician who reached a lot of redneck dickheads and caused his own downfall by raiding the Capitol building. What an idiot! Will get himself probably jailed for that. How would you be being impeached after you got voted out?
Yeah,
and then still getting jailed.
This is the thing you got to be clear on. He's supposed to front up to the Senate next week, and I think he said he refuses to. And what everyone, I'm not saying you do, but when I see a lot of discussion online, what everyone forgets or just gets wrong is the impeachment process and the Senate trial is not a legal proceeding. It is a political proceeding that has the trappings of a legal proceeding. Yeah. So he can't get convicted of a crime, but he can be blocked from holding public office again. And Kirsten's joining us as well. Hey, Kirsten.
Hey, Kirsten. Hey. How you doing?
Found my crochet hook.
I found your crochet hook. What?
I lost a crochet hook once. Ouch. But you shouldn't ask me where. Bloody yes, but also too interestingly, when he doesn't turn up to his impeachment, that is the end of all political block of him getting sued the shit out of for everything else he's done. That's the end. And I just have this vision of lawsuits like falling on him in a tsunami of black kind of rubble infested crushing waves, him and his family getting just smeared across the financial waistline. And what's his child's name? It's got his own floor to play golf in. In
which
New
one of
York.
the ugly sons?
One of the
John
youngest
Jr.
son.
and Eric, or the youngest?
The
Or
youngest.
Baron.
Baron. I'm just seeing Baron out on his ass in a bad suit, going, what? Can't I go back and get my stuff? You don't have stuff. Well, where am I going to sleep? Nowhere. What about my parents? They've disowned you.
He's only 14. Oh, God, sorry. You just reminded me of the funniest story. Don Jr., such a fucking loser, where his mum, Melania, was fighting with Donald and basically had Don Jr. and said, she was basically saying, I'm holding him hostage. You'll never see him again unless you agree to him. And Don just went, I don't want to see him again. He's a fucking loser. Like, oh, Don Jr. has to not only carry that his whole life, he has to carry the fact that's public knowledge. That is public knowledge. It's like, God damn.
It's like that movie with Danny DeVito in it and Barbara Streisand where they kidnap her and say, give us $2 million. And he goes, no, kill her. Kill her. And then they eventually start to pay him money to take it back. And he goes, no. And then eventually it all works out because he's they do him for fraud, and then he's got to not have her taken back. But there's these great scenes of him partying because she's been kidnapped, and he's like popping champagne and going, yeah. Don't call the police. No problem. I'm not going to call the police. Kill her. Is she alive? Oh, don't put her on the phone. I don't want to know. It was a great movie. It was a lot of fun. Sort of the opposite.
Did you see, AZ, that the Screen Actors Guild have removed Donald Trump as a member?
Oh, fuck. Ow.
So they were actually, sorry, that's incorrect. They were going to remove him as a member, and he resigned in a letter in which he said, I don't actually know who you are, which is lies. Complete lies.
Yeah, bullshit. The Screen Actors Guild is not a guild you want to fuck with. They're not a guild I want to fuck with. Screen Actors Guild, you are my lords and masters, and if you need me to say things about people or not say things about people, just let me know. My details are up on the wall. You can get to me through Angry. He'll be crying a lot, but I will behave. Fucking, I love how he's just gone, you can't fire me, I resign. Yeah, good on you, dickhead. I don't know who you are, you wanker. Fucking,
but I thought, I was like, that's funny.
So what were their reasons? That you killed half of America, or that you are a turd, or that you are racist, or that you killed the economy, or that you shat on our trading partner?
I think that they were embarrassed that he was being associated with them.
Right. Gotcha.
And that he's a really bad actor.
There is that. I would have put that in the letter. I would have said the hair is getting a bit ratty too. You want to scrape that off, scrape the glue off, and try again. I happen to know that the hair replacement therapy. You remember the hair ads?
Yeah.
Right.
The one that Shane Warne used to front.
That's the one.
Yeah, they had a thing for cricketers for some reason.
Well, because they were heroes. Because John Howard said so.
Very true.
Anyway, what it is they grab, and it is your hair they grab over a number of months, and they weave it together in a wig, and they basically glue it onto your head with some very powerful glue. And every 3 months you come in and they rip it off your head and they scrape the glue off, and wash the glue out of the hair, and then they glue the hairpiece back on. And it's a 2-day process. You're in the spa for 2 days, and then you're out, and you can style your hair like any other hair. It's just that your scalp sits about 2 millimeters off your head. I just cannot imagine the fucking itch that would happen after a sweaty day. But yeah, guys go for it all the time. I have always said that the Picard look is something I go for.
Yeah.
It's sexy as hell. Comb overs, no.
No.
It's no. Don't. Please don't. I've seen guys go on, they have the central portion and they have the big widow's peaks. And I've seen guys who go bald from the crown. And that's what happened to Midnight Oil's called, what's his name?
Peter Garrett.
Midnight Oil.
Peter Garrett.
Peter Garrett, right? He started going bald on the crown and said, 2 can play this game, shave. And
apparently in the
he looks great.
very, very early days of Midnight Oil, because he was a surfer dude, he had really long blonde hair, and it's very hard to find photos of this, but apparently he had very long blonde hair. But as you say, started to go bald, and he went like, "You're not as fast as me. Watch this razor."
And then apparently
that was
traumatized and ripped and burnt, and it's like, no, it's not coming back. And they said, "Why'd you do that?" And he said, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck around pretending." And he was also onto the fact that guys who go bald because they've got testosterone in their system. And chicks who are of a certain age know this. I probably can smell it. Basically, guys who are comfortable with their level of bald are basically chick magnets. Because if they've got a bit of confidence about them and a bit of pleasantness about them, Patrick Stewart was voted sexiest man in sci-fi for how many years running?
All through the
4
90s.
years running or something.
All through the 90s while he was on Star Trek.
While he was on Next Generation, he was like, sexiest man in sci-fi. And you just go, that's a big call. There's a lot of sci-fi. There's a lot of sexy men on sci-fi. They tend to six-pack them. But no, he was like, the man. And of course, his character is the man. At the end of the series, he's Ambassador Picard, which you can see through the series is always coming. This is why Abigail should be here.
I know, but hopefully she'll have a nap. And because it's Friday, so we're not going early. So, but I'm going to make my first cocktail. So you two, Kirsten and Lee, keep him in line. Feed him lines. Actually, that's always a fun thing to do. Feed him a line and saying, "What do you reckon about that?" And if you're feeling really daring, if you've got a stopwatch, put a timer on it. Put a time, because he actually likes that too, like 2 or 3 minute time limits. So
because
have fun, go wild.
Boss of the House complains that I tell long, boring stories, and I don't. You
tell long, interesting stories.
Thank you.
You do. You're a raconteur. You're a raconteur, brother.
Thank you. It's why I love that man. But he says you tell long, boring stories, and I go, well, Humph, you're a friggin' millennial. I say fi and pa to you. I'm a raconteur and of a certain age, and you're a millennial, and Papa's still got it, so fuck you. So I'm trying to learn how to pack more and more information in to shorter and shorter versions of what I say, because I'm going public with this. There's a once a month live night down on my street, and I'm thinking of turning up and putting my name in the hat to do 5 minutes and see if they'll have me. And I'm doing it because a comedian friend has died recently. He was younger than me, and he died of a heart attack. And I'm thinking of doing basically an homage to this guy. He was always nice to me, and the guy who, I'm not on social media, so I'm not on FaceTime, so I didn't hear the news. And basically the funerals happened, so I didn't get to go. You know, when someone dies, they're not thinking of Azy, they're thinking of themselves and their relationship with the person who's died.
Yeah.
And so basically I'm thinking of going and doing this live night, and if I like it, I'll go back. But remember that the people who are your audience for comedy are between 18 and 25. So they're not into long stories. They're into short stories that are packed full of information.
Experiment, because I'll say a very popular format on YouTube is the video essay. And that's where someone deep dives for 20 minutes to an hour on a topic. And there's a bunch of those that are hugely popular. So, I mean, experiment, clearly.
I will.
Anyway, I'm going to make this. So this lifesaver, if you can see one of these.
I've got one of them.
Yeah.
I've got one of those. Those fucking jar openers are brilliant.
I know.
Because my arthritic hands go, and I do that. And they're brilliant.
Yeah, I had to use it on this, the Aperol, because it's a very sugary aperitif. You know, you get sugar in the thing and it seals shut. I couldn't open it. I had to use my magic opener to get it open. Anyway, I'm going to switch my microphone off.
All right, matey. You have a good cocktail.
Yeah, serious. 75% alcohol rum going in this one.
Oh, shit.
I know. Pot still rum. Look out.
Where is that distilled?
Queensland. I think this is done in the Beanley distillery.
Oh yes, okay.
I think it's done in the Beanley distillery.
So pot still on column still?
Yeah, this is a pot still, and the recipe specifically called for an overproof pot still rum, and I thought, I have an overproof pot still rum.
Do they run it through the pot a few times to get the?
I have no idea. Kirsten might be able to answer. I'm going to switch off my microphone.
Kirsten,
I can answer that question.
Kirsten.
So, usually with distillation of brown spirits, especially things that are distilled from wheat. So in order to ferment your base product and you get to 8% alcohol.
Yep.
7.5%, 8%. You run it through the still once, and that takes you to 22%. You run it through again, and that makes you in the 60s. And then if you want a really, really high proof, it's a third time.
I thought so, because your water boils off at 100 degrees Celsius, normally at sea level, in the right fucking conditions.
Do you know at what temperature alcohol boils?
92 degrees.
No.
What?
78 degrees. Alcohol boils at 78 degrees.
Sorry, I did know that. You know what is 92 degrees? Is the perfect coffee temperature.
Ah.
That's the perfect coffee temperature, is 92 degrees. I'm sorry, I did know it was 78 degrees. And I also knew that you've got people who run stills who run them too hot.
78 degrees.
And who run too much water through.
Yeah, so there's a gin called 78 degrees, which is the only reason that I remember what temperature alcohol boils at.
I did know this. I did know this because friends of mine who were running a I'm going to call it semi-legal operation, because they were distilling alcohol for fuel, and they just didn't tell the government it was rocket fuel, and effectively they ran their still at 80 degrees, and what would happen was they would get see, the thing is, what people don't understand is that, and tell me if I'm wrong, Queen Kirsten.
I will.
Queen Kirsten. What people don't understand is 100 degrees is effectively an average. You've got water molecules that will vaporize at as low as 70 degrees Celsius and as high as 120 degrees Celsius. But at 100 degrees Celsius, you've got most of your water molecules vaporizing.
Yes.
So in any distillation, the idea is you take your beer, which is the fermented alcohol you were talking about, you stick it in
Correct.
the still, and then you boil it up, and at 78 degrees the alcohol comes out of the beer, and then condenses in the worm, and drips down into the collector. The first couple of shots get thrown away or made into cleaner, and then the rest of the shots are numbered from 1 till however many you get. The first one is the highest alcohol, and the first number is the highest alcohol. The highest number is the lowest alcohol, and then you mix them together to temper them to what you want. So there's that aspect, but there's also because you've got this, it's almost a Gaussian curve of water in your end product. You tend to what they will do is they will run the mash through the next lot of beer again, because it gives you more flavor. That's a really typical Kentucky and American tradition, and you get the last of the alcohol out, and it also helps because the water that's trapped in there earlier has had time to denature, and it will run off. And again, that Gaussian curve, you've got less of it. It'll boil out more and more and more and more and more. And I've heard this, but I could be wrong. Queen Kirst, tell me if I am, that they lower the temperature slightly on the boil of the pot every time it runs through. It's only slightly. It's only like a degree, because you don't want to cook your alcohol.
Work in the distillation area. I just make sure that there's stuff to distill. So I couldn't tell you exactly, but I know that you are correct that the heating element heats up and cools down during the process.
Yep, I've got to go.
Bye,
Oh,
Lee.
Good night.
bye. Love
Peace
ya.
and love.
So yes, but I'm not sure on, and I know that they take the fours and feints at my distillery and redistill them. So they charge the still with the fours and feints to try and get as much alcohol out because you want to be efficient. You
And
don't want to
also
throw.
the more gutsy flavors in that last of that, you just called it horse and feints. The last of that.
You can also call it hearts and heads and tails. So
Yes, the tails. Yes, heads and tails. I like horse and feints. I like that. Heads and tails, I understand.
heads and tails is the simplified American version, whereas fours and feints is the proper term.
Well, being educated by you, Queencurst, is something that I need to be, because my dream is to make isopropyl alcohol and sell it to chemists. At a
point, you kind of have to stop because you can't. Well, it depends on the equipment you've got. So there is a distillery in country New South Wales, Nowra to be exact, that has a 22-story, 22 meter. It's real fucking tall. Column.
Yeah,
it's called the
Manildra. Fascinate me because it just goes.
It's called the Manildra Distillery, and they make both food grade alcohol and alcohol for petrol, which is quite funny for me.
Would you be so kind as to tell the good peeps, because my explanation isn't great, right? I can tell people about pot stilling and column stilling, but when you but when you've got these big bloody continuous stills, which are stories tall, you know, usually got a couple of chambers sitting next to one another, and this is how you make your mass-produced whiskies and you know, this is your big companies. This is how they make it. Usually with these huge bloody columns, they're like, you know, 2-3 meters across, and they're like you say, 22 stories tall. Could you tell us the effectively the process that goes on there?
Well, it's the same as if you were doing it in a small scale still, right? All the chemistry is the same. It's just the size of the charge that's different. So I am very, very fortunate to work for the largest craft distillery in the country, and they have an enormous still. Actually, they have 4 quite large stills. If you ever come to Sydney, everybody needs to look me out, and I'll take you to visit them, because I'm not into copper. For me, like, the whole time I've been working in distilleries, I've always been like, yeah, you know, that's cool. It's shiny. The first time I ever saw these stills, my heart stopped beating. I was just like, my goodness. And then the guy who was giving me the tour was like, yep, and you're the dumb bitch that has to make sure that this works. And I was like, oh.
Thanks for coming. Thank you. Yep, looking good, feeling confident. No worries. I'm the dumb bitch. Let's go. On
the other hand, I've known this particular guy for quite a long time, so you know he was making a good point that I had bitten off a very, very large. Remember how many different permutations we worked out that there are for
Australian botanicals? Yeah,
Australian botanicals for gin.
Calculator comes up with error.
Yes, correct.
And the exponent is a 5-digit exponent.
Correct.
10 to the 5 digits, 73,000 different ways you can and change ways you can put them together to make different flavors. So I reckon in the year 5180, we're going to have a company, and it's going to be run by Australians, and they're going to call it The Last Chance, and it'll be the last flavour you can have with the permutations. Because in 5180 they would have, because about 3,000 they'll go, let's try it. Let's try all the botanicals we've got left, because you know we've seen 100 of them go extinct, and now we've got better processes to make our land not go extinct. Let's try all the botanicals, you know, and we'll farm it out to all the distilleries, because Australia will be one of the few places that still has fresh water, and we'll have armed guards on it. That'll be the next world war. Water.
I absolutely believe that. So my mum I like to make jokes about her being prepared for the zombie apocalypse. She's just installed another rainwater tank so that now she's got 18,500 litres of rainwater on her tiny duplex in the suburbs. She's like, no, I want to not have to worry about water anymore.
Well,
So,
see, you know, in cities, properly treated water, because it's been privatized, costs more and more and more and more. Now, technically, if you're a poor ass person, or a person, you can say, I can't afford water, you've got to do me a deal, and they will. They have to. They must. You cannot deprive people of water, but you can charge whatever the hell you want. Sorry?
At the moment, you can't deprive people of water. I feel like you're very right in saying that water is going to be the next thing that resource that people worry about.
Well, okay, let's. The reason that I have this dire warning is that we are going through a phase of global warming. Until we get our shit together and move over to a hydrogen economy, because we get some helium-3 from the moon, which is actually what I think that Tesla's doing. Not Tesla, fucking Elon Musk is doing. He says, oh, we're going to Mars, but I think actually what he's doing is going to the moon to set up helium-3 mines. I think that's what he's doing. And once you get helium-3, you can bring that back to Earth for very cheap, as it turns out. And you can put it in fusion reactors. And what happens is the fusion reactors eat the sides of the chambers that they're in. The plasma goes around and tears up the insides of the reactors. So they've been experimenting with lots of different things to make the fusion ball smaller and better to handle, and go faster and slower and see what they have. But the problem really is that you get it going, and it goes. The problem always was that they couldn't get it going, and couldn't get it. It was a bit like an engine that would start and it'd cough and stop. But now the engine goes. If they can keep it going, it'll keep going. But what happens is the engine rips apart the thing that it's in, and then it stops. And this happens in about 3 to 4 seconds. But if they could put helium-3 in it, basically this plasma would run around quite happily for a long fucking time. And you're essentially feeding it water. The water steams up quite nicely, thank you very much, and puts enough energy out to go into your grid, but it puts enough energy out to put back through the vapor to make hydrogen. Then your hydrogen can go quite neatly into your vehicles and your power stations, and all of a sudden you can shut down global warming within a period of about 100 years.
All right. I'm just going to cut across you because A, I'm back. B, I just noticed Mr. Grant Gregory wants to join us. Hello.
Mr. Grant
Hey guys,
Gregory.
how are you?
Pleasure.
Good, man. How you doing?
Pleasure and honor.
Going good. I've watched it for a while, so I'm glad to be a part.
Yeah, glad to have you on board, man.
That you're part of it, Mr. Grant Gregory. Thank you very much for coming.
So you were about to round off on hydrogen-powered cars, were you?
Oh, yes. And basically what I was going with that was that as you get that fusion going, you can get your energy going. As you get your energy going, you can go over to your hydrogen power and you can shut down your global warming. But there's 150 years worth of nasty global warming to come. And in that time, we're going to lose effectively 25% of our available drinkable water.
And there's not an awful lot of that
to go around
No.
at the moment. Now, remember that in 2050, there's going to be more tonnage of plastic in the sea than there is tonnage of fish. So we're going to have to work out that one as well. So effectively, we're going to see people do the thing that people always do, which is rather than fix up their own problem, they punch up the guy next door to take theirs. The first war will be on the Nile River. Egypt has politely said to Ethiopia, if you dam the Nile, we will blow up that dam with our very fast American jets, and we will blow Ethiopia back to the fucking Stone Age. And Ethiopia has said, we understand this, but we need to drink too, and we need to start to channel some of that silt water to our own farms, because we are fucking dying here. We will come to an understanding, and we will all come to an agreement. But there will come a time when Egypt says, no, we want it all. And that will be the first one. The second one will be fuck me dead in Europe. Can you believe that? As global warming starts to dry out the permafrost countries, they will run out of water, and the rivers that start in those permafrost countries will stop flowing. The big countries downriver, who've always used those rivers for drinking and for throwing their trash in, basically will go, where's our water? And you get countries at the end of the river, like France, who will go, everyone upriver has to give us all the water we're used to. And countries like Germany will go, there's not the water you're used to. It's just not there. And France will go, we have nuclear weapons and we will bomb you. And Germany will go, there's not the water to have. And France will go, we have this train carriage. You know, and this will be starting to happen all over the world. Irony of ironies of ironies of ironies of ironies. The capital of Victoria, Wangaratta, Wodonga, I mean. Basically, because that'll be good seafront property.
Yeah.
For the future.
Get your beach home now.
Yeah. Seafront property. Dandenongs. Island Dandenong will be lovely.
Yes, the Dandenong Islands.
Your
tourist trap of the future.
Australia already is in the process of working out how we're going to get our water to flow in the future. One of the first things, and this is actually a big deal in the CSIRO, they're looking at how the Great Artesian Basin, which we have stick bores into, is filled up. We don't know if it fills up. We think it does, but we don't know if we're just putting straws into a glass, and when it's empty,
glass,
it's gone. Hey,
a limited glass, as you say, it's
glass. Yeah,
something
just a
with a bottom.
A big glass of water, fresh water that'll go. So if it fills up, we will find the place where it fills up from and protect the shit out of that. You won't be able to piss 500 metres near it, let alone have grazing animals near it, because the natural processes that make that drinkable water will basically feed Australia, and so that won't be allowed to be fucked with. The Snowy Mountain scheme will be extended. The NBM will be upgraded. I know that sounds retarded when we're talking about water, but communication will be the key to hold nationhood. There will be water raiding parties that will come to Australia because it's so big and there is so much not people watching every bit of river, that you'll get the new form of anti-gravity aircraft that's fucking huge and can cloak itself by radar, that'll sit next to a river and suck up millions and millions and millions of litres of water and then fuck off before the jet fighters come to it. And that'll happen on a regular basis. So the next world wars will be fought over water, and they'll be vicious, because you take people's oil off them, they get tetchy. You take people's air off them, they get really, really fucking offended. You take people's water and food off them, they get very, very, I'm going to kill you. And that's going to happen all over the world. Yes, we will beat global warming. It will happen. But it's going to be interesting times in the meantime. For example, I love the fact that for the first time ever, the royal family of Britain has started to play the tabloids like a fiddle. For the first time, they're on the offensive, and they've played the tabloids, because there's this big fight, you see, between Harry and William. Did you notice that? And Harry's fucked off to Canada. Now, all of this happened just as COVID hit. And so the idea of spreading the royal family over several continents, and what people aren't looking at is lots of royal family are moving to South America, to Australia, to New Zealand. Like this is like long distance royal family, because they looked in their history books and looked at what happened in the Great Plague, and in the Great Plague, half the royal family got killed off, and so they've said what we're going to do is keep the Crown Prince in town, but we're going to start moving strategic members of the royal family offshore. Now, if you're going to move Harry offshore, that's going to create a stink. So you've got to have a reason to move Harry away from Britain. And the reason is, I can't live with William anymore. We've had this big fight, which is bullshit, because those two guys have been fucking joined at the hip since their mother died. Since their mother died, those two lads were the only ones that they could rely on each. You know, the bond between them is literally unbreakable. The Queen adores Harry's wife. It was obvious in every fucking scene they were with. It was the only time I've seen her laughing in 10 years. She likes William's wife, but she adores Harry's wife. And so they were given the mission. You guys have got to go to Canada and keep healthy and safe in case we need you to take on the family. And what this tells me is that UK, which is a clever country, let's not fuck around, they owned half the world for a lot of time. They had a look at the figures and they said, this fucking pandemic is not going to be business as usual. This is going to fuck up the world wholesale. And it has.
Yes, it has.
Roaring in America. It's roaring in the UK. These are one of the two of the richest countries in the world, and they've got no control over it. It's roaring around the world. The smart money is on a third wave, and apparently the third wave is going to consist mostly of the ultra infectious UK strain, and it's going to fuck up a lot of places. So if you're thinking about conflict, you're thinking about things that make people
sorry,
scared.
I'm just going to interrupt you again to let someone else in. So I just want to say, Grant, what have you been up to, by the way? You know, you come on. Tell us what's happening in Grant Gregory world.
Not much. I just finished work. I'm a custodial engineer by night, so I clean supermarkets. So
cool.
do all the fun things.
Getting
and
busy.
Decided it was time to get my drink on. I don't have anything as fancy as you, but I've got something that works just as effective.
Excellent. Excellent.
Woody's
Yeah,
bro.
you suddenly became the most. Speaking of the pandemic, you suddenly became the most important person during the pandemic. The person who stops everything from being disease-ridden while we're at it.
My business that I own is a cleaning business, and it took a huge dive when it first happened, and then all of a sudden now it's well, hopefully we're on the rise.
Yeah.
Good work, man. Good work.
Can you be in 5 places at once today? Thanks.
Yeah. And also,
it's not even a fucking question.
Laura's.
You will be in 5 places at once. Hey, Laura, how you doing?
Hello, Laura.
Hello, Laura.
How's it going?
Hi, good morning. It is morning here.
Yes, it's
Good
evening
morning.
here. I also, before I forget, I had uncovered one important bit of news, possibly the most important bit of news I've seen today, Kirsten. The Four Pillars Gin Distillery is doing a $6 million expansion at their Healesville distillery.
What a cute little expansion.
I know. Well,
So little.
Well, they're very little now, and then they're doing that. They'll be able to seat 250 people, and they're hoping to finish that this year. So it'll be all go next year. Hurrah for Aussie distillers being little Aussie battlers, is what I'm saying.
We don't like Four Pillars.
Don't we? Okay. Fuck Four Pillars. I don't know anything about
Queen Curse.
I just know I hate them.
Why do we hate Four Pillars, those motherfuckers?
Because they didn't want me to work for them.
Fuck
they've got no fucking
their
taste or
horse,
judgment.
Fuck them, their horse, and their budgie.
Exactly.
And the budgie they rode in on, and the budgie that they fucked.
That they didn't think that I knew enough about gin distillation.
Fuck.
And I was like, sorry, who? Do you think I am? Anyway.
Yeah.
But Archie was like, yes, we will take you.
Do you know who I am? Yeah. Look, I just go into gin distillers now and go, I know Queen Curse. And they go, mate, please have our private booth. And could you sample all our gins? We'll heat some.
Hang on. Didn't you do that when you went to Anther?
Yeah. You joke, Aidsy, but I did that. I went out to the Geelong distillery for Anther and just said, I just came here because Kirsten said I had to come here because you were the best. And they were like, and they were very good. So
then 3 of their staff sent me a message going, thank you for telling people to come to visit.
I just forgot to turn
absolutely.
I'm so dropping Queen Kirsten's name from now on. And Mr. Grant Gregory, I'll be dropping your name from now on too. Thank you very much. I know one of the fucking COVID bashers.
Nice.
And but see, this is the thing that shits me, right? You know, you go into a mall, and you see the guy with the trolley and spray and the broom and that, and I always say, hey, thanks, guys. You know, because they're trying to keep me alive, right?
Yeah.
Because I am immunocompromised, right? Not because I've got AIDS per se, though I gave myself plenty of chances. What happened was I got chemotherapy because I got arthritis, and it turned my immune system off because arthritis is an immune disease. And what's supposed to happen is your immune system's supposed to bounce back. Mine didn't. It's working on about 14% capacity. So I can't eat those marked down salads at 10 cents. You know, I can't eat that because it'll kill me. I can't get a disease because it'll kill me. I also did my own drug program, which killed my kidneys because I took slightly too much codeine and ibuprofen. It was a small thing. Anyway,
Laura, what? Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't even know what she is, like 3rd cousin, 4th cousin, I don't know, something like that. Basically, someone in my more extended family on my mother's side, she died due to taking too many codeine type tablets, and it basically killed the lining in her stomach, and that's what she died of.
Yeah, I had to prepare.
What a wonderful way to go.
To do this, because that's what would have happened to me if I hadn't done it properly, because I was taking 242 tablets in a sitting every day, and that was at its worst. And effectively, it was burning out my kidneys and doing a lot of damage to my stomach. I had to be very careful about that. It can and will kill you. I always say to people, do not take more than 8 codeine tablets at a time, because you'll die. The codeine itself will basically shut down your breathing, and your heart will stop. But I'd built up
not just that. When you need to relieve yourself the next morning, it's very difficult.
Yes, it is. The constipation is incredible. Just recently, I thought I was being very clever by finding a new anesthetic or analgesia solution by using nitrous oxide, because it's a well-known anesthetic, and free and available to get, and very expensive though. That was a problem. And I was using that, and one of the side effects of that was that it strips out your vitamin B12, and that'll strip the sheath lining of your nerves and give you brain damage, which I got. Thanks for coming. You'll notice that I can't remember names and some things, and I can't remember some events. That's the brain damage. You should have seen it when it first happened. Everyone said, Hazy's fucked. And couldn't walk, couldn't move my limbs, couldn't feed myself. I got taken to hospital when I fell over in a mall after asking a nice lady to do up my shoelaces for me, because I couldn't organise my fingers to do it. And then I walked 4 steps and nosedived into the glass opening doors of the mall, big cut down the front, and went, oh no, it's all cool. And then got home, sort of, staggered up the stairs, sort of fell down the stairs, broke a couple of things, went up the stairs, and hadn't talked to anyone for 3 days. And my boyfriend, who had the shits with me, said I haven't got a message from him in 3 days, went round to my place and found me just standing up and leaning and asleep at the back of my chair, and said, and with all this blood down the front of my face. The cops were looking for me because I just disappeared after they called the ambulance. And they took me into hospital, and I couldn't eat. I couldn't feed myself. I couldn't tell them my name. I was conscious, but just a mess. And it wasn't really until a week later that I was, able to talk again. And then it took a month to get the hands and the feet working. So, but the other thing that happened, and this was immediately a problem, was that the constipation that comes when you suck down a lot of nitrous oxide is incredible. And when I finally... And I said, guys, I think I'm in a bit of trouble here because I haven't had a motion, laid a stool in a week. And I said, I think it's getting kind of, because it's not happening. And they said, well, we will fix that. We will give you potions and pills and it'll happen. And one fateful evening it did. And I screamed for half an hour, right? What was produced was something.
We've had
a
very long
big that the doctors came and took fucking photos of it, right? They took fucking photos of this thing, and I'm going, you're not taking photos of it. I said, no, that's the biggest one we've ever seen. So I'm here to tell you, avoid your nitrous oxide. Not good for you. Wholesale might be good for one or two at a party, but not good wholesale.
But if you do, you might produce the world's biggest stool. Who knows?
You might, but you will get brain damage to do it.
Yeah, my little brother,
which is not what you want. But anyway, I always used to think the cleaners that come around.
Back in a second.
Yeah, you're good. Well, I'll wait for you to come back. And Laura wanted to say something to me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to keep on. My little brother, he had a bit of a problem with his bowel. I'm not really sure what it was, twisted or had some kind of problem with it anyway. But effectively, it would take him about 3 weeks to go to the toilet, and when it did, it was crazy. You know, you're talking about something that's like a foot long and about
Oh,
maybe 3 thicknesses of a sausage, and he
Yeah.
was like 4.
oh yeah, that's
And
not good.
so this basically split his backside every time. And,
Yeah.
you know, and I mean, you know, and you had to encourage him as well because he'd be on the toilet for a
He
week
didn't want to.
before that happened.
Yeah,
You know,
why?
trying to
This was going to hurt me.
he wanted something out. He needed to come out. And so what he was getting was basically rabbit droppings, you know, little bits. And you, I've done a poo, come and have a look. So you'd have to have a look at these little bit pellets in the bottom of the toilet. And then after a few days, then you'd get the full thing. It was so hard
God
for him. When as he got older, it kind of sorted itself out. But yeah, it was a tough one for a while.
Yeah, I met a kid while I was there actually who had to, and he was only young. He was only in his between sort of 8 and 14. And I'm deliberately making that so that no one can identify him. He had a colostomy bag put in, and he found that very rough going because he didn't expect or want to have a colostomy bag at a young age.
God damn. Yeah.
And he was very down about it. I would be. I understand that. But he had a lot of difficulties underneath. He had pretty constant problems, which are very graphic, and I won't go into. But they ended up having to do pretty radical stuff. Yeah, he just had to live with it. But I was saying to Mr. Grant Gregory that I'd always thank the cleaners to come around in the hospital for doing their job, basically because they were keeping me alive. Because hospital's a great place to get sick because they put a lot of sick people in there, and all the sick goes on the floor or on the surfaces. And of course, it was COVID time too, so they're everywhere. And I'd always thank them. And at one place I was at quite a few years ago now, one of the cleaners came around and said, "Oh, thanks for this, man. I really appreciate it." And he says, "Oh, you're that guy."
That guy.
And I said, "What guy is that?" Thinking, perv, asks people for sex at inappropriate times, because I am that guy. And he said, "You're the guy who talks to nurses and thanks nurses and talks to cleaners." And I'm going, and because everyone would do that because obviously it's polite. And he says, no, no one talks to nurses no one thanks nurses, and no one looks at cleaners. They're invisible. And I was aghast. I was fucking horrified at this, and I said, that's not real. And he said, no, you are the only person in this hospital that thanks the cleaners. And I went, that's not right. There's got to be other people who understand that without a sanitary environment you fucking die. And I went, no, cleaners are beneath them. And I just went, that's fucking. I've always had, since a young age, I've always had, because my old man was a plumber, right, Mr. Grant Gregory, and people used to look down on him because he was a plumber, until he drove his luxury car to their house, because plumbing really does bring in the dough. Anyway, or his fishing boat that was 18 foot. He used to have toys. Anyway, people somehow think that they're above other people socially because of their job. And I see a lot of people putting their nose up at people with fluoro clothing, and I go, you're an idiot, because they A, know how to make things go, B, have a skill, and C are irreplaceable by robots. You, on the other hand, are not. I see a lot of people in suits and I go, you're a robot soon, you're a robot soon, you're a robot soon. And I look at cleaners and go, you're not a robot. Because the robot's never going to get underneath a pipe to clean it with a sterile wipe. A robot's never going to get around a corner to get that last bit of dust out. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? And
yeah, I know what you mean. I'm not a robot.
You're not a robot, and you can't be a
I
robot.
can confirm that, yeah.
Because you know, initiative-wise, where fucking dirt hides, and that's where you've got to get to, especially now. Normally, you just hit the normal places, right? Where people can see and where people can walk and talk and sit and shit and wash their hands. But in today's times, you've got to hit every surface that nasties can hide in. And ridiculous things too, like we've all got, when we go into the mall, we've all got these spray sanitizers. But people put their fucking hands on the top of it. And you just go, don't, after they've sanitized themselves, they put their hands on the top of the sanitizer. The machine, I mean, and I go, you've effectively just fucked up your entire sanitizing routine. Why did you bother? Because I see people lean on them, and I see people. I saw a kid lick one, and I'm going like that. So anyway, I would personally like to thank you for the work you're doing in saving the planet. Thanks, dude.
So
Well, I can't take any credit for that, but yeah, thanks for the kind words, man.
Cool.
We're just doing a job, man. That's all it is.
It is, but
So-
it's an important job.
Fucking humble.
So Archie's been making sanitizers
Okay.
since sorry. So Archie's been making
Sorry, I was just telling you to go
sanitizer
ahead.
since the beginning of the pandemic. And someone rang up the other day and they were like, this sanitizer smells really good. Can I drink it? And we're like, no, please don't. It's got peroxide in it. Like, it's a terrible idea. He's like, but why can't I drink it? Because it's not made for consumption.
It's not.
Because it's
not-
poison. It's poison.
It's not
But
drinking
then why is it
ethanol
in
alcohol.
such a bright packet? Chips are in bright packets. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not in a bright package. It's in a brown bottle with a white label.
Oh, well,
it
see,
smells
drinks
like
come in brown bottles, so I can see where he gets
Yeah.
it from.
Yeah. But it's like,
Well-
why does it smell nice? It's because you're going to put it on yourself and whatnot, and we don't want you to smell repulsive. Like, get
Yeah.
a grip, son. It's
Yeah,
But
the
also,
feces one that we tried didn't really go well with our test group.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, anyway, the poor customer service girl's just like, oh, what do I say to this guy? It's like, just say no. Just keep saying no.
Say no. Just say
No.
no.
Like,
But also, too, people don't understand that the
Either-
gelling
either he's being silly or he's going to kill himself. But we've
Yeah.
done the right thing by telling him not to drink it.
I remember talking to nurses, and I was in a hospital once, and they took all the sanitizers out. And I said, "Oh, where's my sanitizers gone?" Because I like to sanitize my hands, do up to the elbows, and then get a big honkful up my nose and around my mouth and nose. A good couple of whiffs, 3 or 4 or 5. And basically what that'll do is it'll do a quick burn out of any bacteria that's living up there. It won't be thorough, but it'll be something, you know. And obviously I don't sit there all day honking it down like one poor doctor thought I did. I don't know what she anyway. She deals with junkies all the time, so obviously she thought I was an idiot. The nurses took away all the sanitizers and said, what's going on here? Have they been found to be defective? And they said, no, we have a patient in the ward across from our ward who got caught drinking the sanitizer because he's an alcoholic.
Yeah.
And he's been taken off the piss and been detoxed, but he got desperate and started drinking the sanitizer.
Yeah.
And they said, we've got to take your sanitizer away because he will come across to the other ward to steal yours. And eventually you'll get yours back. But if you ever see anyone taking your sanitizer and taking the lid off and going for a drink, hit the bell immediately. And I went, yeah, righto, whatever.
Yeah.
And then, fuck me, a week later, the sanitizers came back. A night after that, the crash alarm went on. It was because the patient in the room next door, this guy had come over and he was drinking, and she's going, for Christ's sake, don't drink that. He's going, no, mind your own business. And she's done the right thing and hit the crash alarm. They've all raced in and brought the cart, and then here he is drinking as fast as he can before they stop him.
Gosh,
And,
this sounds like someone who, because you said he was like in for being detoxed. He sounds like someone whose next stage of detoxing would be to remove all the blood from his body with formaldehyde.
Yeah.
Or
The final detox. The final detox.
Yeah.
Yeah, final detox. The last
Speaking about
detox.
medical stuff, I've got the doctor phoning in a bit because I had a bit of a spell yesterday.
I'm sorry, Laura.
I fainted.
Oh, Laura.
So what happens is, so I've got a bit of a thyroid issue at the moment going on. I just got a, overactive thyroid. Underactive thyroid, but it's called hyperthyroidism because your body is creating too much of it to compensate.
Yeah.
So I got that going on. So I got thyroid meds I've got to take, and I've got to take them and not eat anything for half an hour. So yesterday I took the pills, and then I decided to pass the time by going to have a shower.
Okay.
Now, I'm tall. I'm 6'4", and you know how when you're in the shower, the spray is like a cone.
Yes.
Well, it's a little. It's a sort of. It's only a tiny bit on the top of my body at the front, at the top end. So I sit in the bath. It's a shower with a mixer taps. So I sit in the bath, and it's comfortable, and it's like a sauna almost. Nice
Lovely.
water.
Nice.
Great. I like it. So I've had a shave. I brushed my teeth in there as well because why not? So it's like, okay, so time to get up now, and I even washed my hair because I was feeling a bit funny.
Excuse me 2 seconds. I'm still listening.
Yep.
Go.
So what I did was, so by the time I got up, I'm sitting sideways in the bath, so my legs are like crossed quite wide, but that's fine. I can do that. Yeah. And but my left leg had gone numb. So when I went to stand up, it wouldn't unfold properly.
Oh no!
It was like floppy from the ankle kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like struggling to get up here. And unfortunately, because of COVID, I've almost like atrophied. So I have to like lift myself up. I can't just like sit up from sitting down or something. It's not that bad. Sorry. If I crouch down, I've got to hold on something to hold myself up. Mm-hmm. So I'm using the handles to get up, and and then when I got up, all the blood rushed to my head, and I started to feel quite dizzy, and so I just like held onto the shower curtain rail, which is solidly secure on it. And after a few moments, it's like, okay, this doesn't seem to be going away like it normally does. So I got out of the bath, and I sat on the edge of the bath with my head down, kind of thing. And the next thing you know, I'm sat on the floor of the bathroom with my one leg tucked underneath me, the towel under the other, and I'm sat on the bath mat. And I didn't remember actually going down like that, so I must have passed out or something. So that was a bit unnerving. And, what I did was after I spent about 5 minutes sitting on the floor, sort of doing some controlled breathing in the nose, out the mouth, just sort of calming it down and getting a regular rhythm going. And that was when I felt a bit better enough to certainly get up. and obviously came back via the fridge and something sweet and sugary to. I'm guessing it must be blood sugar, but I got the doctor going to phone because I phoned up the doctor today because people said like it could be this, it could be that, and it's like, well, let's just be safe, So
yeah, no, err on the side of caution, definitely.
Absolutely. I had a ridiculous situation happen to me once, Laura. I was homeless after my lovely wife divorced me. Something that she didn't want to live with a loser junkie anymore. I don't know. Maybe she had her reasons. Anyway, I was homeless and I was couch surfing. And at the time, I was suffering a lot of seizures because I had epilepsy that had been brought on by medication that just wasn't controlled. And I was at my friend's house, and I said, "Oh, okay, folks, I'm going in for a shower." And they've gone, "Yeah, sweet." And I've gone in for this shower, got naked. And I was looking at myself in the mirror going, any zits, how am I looking? And then the next thing I'm seeing the Aztec writing go over the wall. I'm going, whoa. Next thing I know, I'm being woken up by my friends. And I'd gone splat onto the tiled surface of the bathroom. And there's a floor waste in the bathroom that gets all the water from the bathroom and takes it away into the drains. And I'd nosedived into the tiles, smashed my nose and my head, and was foaming at the mouth and smashed a tooth. Was foaming at the mouth and banging my head against the tiles. And they said I was in there for a long time, and then they heard this funny noise, which was like, yo, 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 yo. And then they'd come in to find that I'd quite comfortably urinated myself and was bashing my head against the tiles. But the beauty of it was all the blood and nastiness had gone that far into the floor waste, so they didn't have to clean up. They just had to sponge it all in. They said you were a very convenient seizure. They called up
very oh gosh, I had the word a moment ago. Considerate. That was the word I was looking for.
Seizure, yes.
If I'm going to pass out and mess things up, I'll do it in a good way so that you don't have to clean up.
Yeah.
Angry. Do you remember when we watched the movie and I couldn't remember?
Yes.
That was it.
Right. That was after
where I
that.
got the concussion.
Yeah. Okay.
That was it.
There you go.
See, I watched a movie with Angry, and we do this. We watch a movie and
do a commentary
track. A movie at the same time.
Yeah. And
you listen to us comment on the movie, and it's very funny. It's very funny. You'll love it. You'll love it. It's very funny. We watched this movie, the 30 Days of Night, and I have no memory of doing it. And next time we're going to watch a movie, I said, so we're going to watch 30 Days of Night. And Angry looks at me funny and goes, we did that. I went, no, we didn't. We haven't done that one yet, remember? Because we did the movie before. And he goes, no, we've done that one. It's actually gone up. And he showed me. And I was just shocked. I was just so shocked I couldn't remember a bloody thing. And here I was, cracking jokes, doing stuff. And the only thing that I thought was different is I had really dark eyes and a really dark nose. And we figured out later.
You're fitting with the film, with the vampires and all that. So
sorry?
Yeah, that worked. You're fitting with the theme of the film because they were quite dark in the eyes as well.
Well,
so
there you go. It was
very
cosplay.
on brand.
It was cosplay to a degree of real commitment.
And you didn't forget a really good film, so that's the positive. I mean, it's a forgettable film, so that's probably good.
Fucking thing. Anyway, so
he forgot
we've been trying for years to work out how I got that bloody concussion, and I remember now that was it. I had a seizure a day or two before. Must have been the day before, and banged my head on the tiles.
I've until yesterday, I've only ever fainted 3 times. One was when I was getting my TB jab, and I don't like needles.
Oof,
And of
yeah.
course, all the kids with their fingers as wide as they can get it, saying the needle's that big.
Yeah, thanks,
And
Rex.
so what happened was, when it was my turn, I went in, looked down in the box where they were keeping the syringes, and the needle did look like it was that big. However, it was just a standard box with a
It's
standard
not.
cap.
Yeah, it's just not.
And it was just a tiny thing about a centimetre long, So,
Yeah.
but they did it while I was out, which was fine.
Right.
I just looked and went, "Oh my god!"
That was nice. They did it when you fainted. Just get it over when she's not watching.
Yeah. The other one was when I tripped over and put my hand in my computer when the side was off, and you know how sharp they can be. And I basically cut my knuckle open on one hand. And it, wrapped it up, phoned up my dad, can you take me to the hospital, please? Because needed stitching or whatever. And I ended up waiting for several hours, by which time it all hardened, the blood had all set and everything. And so he squirted some stuff on it, and I looked at it and the pain, and suddenly I just started to tip, I'm not feeling very well, and next thing you know, I'm going over.
Ouch,
and then suddenly there's 4 people in the room rather than just me and the other guy. And so it's like, where'd all these people come from? It's that weird thing. And I ended up lying on a bed in the crash cart room kind of thing, and people are just walking by thinking, wow, because I was a heel at the time, he must be really bad if he's in there kind of thing. And all I've done is fainted.
I thought you were dying.
Yeah. And then the third time was, ironically, very similar to yesterday. I woke up late and I had an eye test. And I raced into town on my bicycle, and I hadn't had any breakfast, low blood sugar kind of thing. And what happened was everything was fine until he's got the light shining me. I look up, look down, look left, look right. And then he moved away, and suddenly I felt myself saying, I'm feeling a bit weird right now. And I'm started drifting to one side, and then there's 5 people in the room again,
Oh,
and
damn.
and it's like, I'll be fine. Just get me a bar of chocolate and a bottle of pop or something, and I'll be fine.
Yeah.
And I was. Of course, they charged me for it, but why not?
Of course they did. All right, I'm going to make
the minibar
cocktail. So I'm switching my microphone off and leaving everything in your hands.
Laura, I was going to come back to that by saying, basically, I used to swim nationally, competitively. I used to swim in the nationals in Australia. Mm-hmm. And so, Laura, as you can imagine, an Australian national swimmer is fairly fit. I fucking hated it, but my brother was a champion, so I had to do it anyway.
Right.
And I appreciate it in the sense that it made me actually quite healthy, and I kicked the fuck out of my body when I was a teenager and in my 20s. Drugs and sex, you name it, I fucking really hurt it. And then in my 40s, I hit it again because of the arthritis. And then I would, and I used to smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I've gone on to the vapes now. I recommend these for anyone who can't give up smoking. They're fantastic. Mm-hmm. Mate, if you give up smoking, I promise you, you will wonder why you didn't do it 20 years before. You feel fucking great. You feel like a 21-year-old again. I fucking know shit. Anyway, I would go into hospital with my 2-pack-a-day habit and fairly fat and fairly unhealthy. And these nurses would take my blood pressure, expecting ridiculous amounts of numbers. And they would take my heart rate and my breathing. And they'd basically go, he has the obs of an athlete. And they'd give me these dirty looks, like, how dare you, filthy junkie, have a obs of an athlete with your smoking and your fucking horrible lifestyle. Because I had plenty of the brown round food groups, and the square brown food groups. Half your food is supposed to be fried, and the other half is supposed to be bought from local businesses. So I had a lot of those food groups in my diet. And anyway, I was essentially cardiopulmonary, very healthy. And that used to shit them up the wall. And then what would happen when I was a swimmer was I would have you for your logbook, you take your morning pulse rate for a minute, and it would range from 25 to 35.
Wow.
Which is a very low pulse rate, which is actually what you're looking for when you're that fit. You're actually looking for a very low pulse rate because it means your heart-lung system is very efficient, which is when you're exercising very hard what you want. Because when you're really breathing hard and your heart's going really fast, you want oxygen going around you very quickly.
Yeah.
And so what would happen was I'd get into hospital in these times, and my blood pressure and my heart rate would be very low. It would be around 40, and it's supposed to be, for a guy my age, it's supposed to be around 50 or 60 minimum. And so, fuck me, they'd call what they call a med call in Australia. The nurses are able to call it, and then they never get in trouble, ever, for calling a med call. And what it is the nurses don't like the look of you. They're not sure what's wrong, but they don't like the look of you, or they don't like some of the observations they're getting, and they're worried that you're sick. So they call it, and doctors come from miles around, and there's maybe 30 people in the room checking you out. And 87% of the time, it's a very serious condition, and the nurses are praised for their actions.
Yeah.
And the rest of the 13% of the time,
they called on you.
Or actually, the rest of the 13% of the time, it's starts out as a serious condition, but a very quick fix sort of shuts it down. There's only false alarms, they reckon, about 0.5% or 1% of the time. And so when they initially introduced it, they said, we want to do something because the nurses are really onto the patient's well-being, but they're not listened to. And so they said, we want to do something to regard what they do. And to give them some initiative, because they don't bother, because they don't get listened to. But this med call is a thing that they've now instituted all over Australia, because it just saves lives every day. And I had very low blood pressure and low heart rate, and they would call this med call, and I'd be fine. I would be fine. And they go, and they wake me up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and go, oh, your blood pressure is really low, we're really worried. I'm going, no, I'm okay. I used to be a swimmer. I'm fine. Just let me go to sleep. And they go, no, we've got to make sure you're okay. And so they'd wake me up fully, and then finally my blood pressure would go up. And the thing that confused them was my oxygen level was 100%. Because obviously I wasn't allowed to smoke in hospital, which shat me. Oxygen level was 100%, and they said with a blood pressure that low, you shouldn't be able to have that oxygen level. So that was the thing that gave them pause. And eventually, all they really had to do is wake me up and give me a cup of coffee, and I was fine. But then what happened, Laura, is something, and we don't know what it was. And now I have high blood pressure, extremely high blood pressure, to the point where occasionally I'll feel bad in my tum, and I'll go in and go, I just feel bad in my tum, and they'll do their obs, and they'll go, oh, you have blood pressure in the brain pop territory. And so what they do is they give me a catheter in my vein in my arm, and they start pumping morphine in. And I am a fan, trust me. And they just start pumping this morphine in. And my record was they pumped 10 needles full of morphine into my arm, and I'm going, keep going. And finally, my blood pressure came down, and they said, "Are you in considerable pain?" I went, "Well, yes." And they said, "What have you been doing? What have you been worrying about?" And I went, "Well, only these little things, but nothing much." And they had the psych come and talk to me, and the psych said he's pretty much on top of it. There are lots of things going wrong in his life. The pressure is pretty high, but in fact, he's kind of handling. I don't know what to do. I wouldn't put him in the psych ward, but I'd watch him.
I'm fortunate that in general, my everything works fine. My blood pressure's fine. My cholesterol's good. It's very rare that I end up having something weird happen like this. And of course, as I'm getting older, I'm now 47. These things are going to start happening. The one I'm not looking forward to is the thing they start doing when you get to 50.
Don't worry about it. I've had that happen so many times now.
Yeah, but that wasn't doctors.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it could have been a role play.
I'm sorry.
Do you know, Laura, that the not doctors do it better than the doctors?
Yeah.
I fucking said to one doctor, I was spewing, and I screamed out, "Jesus fuck, woman, we're not sending you to do the courtesy finger." And all the nurses on the ward laughed their ass out. It was an emergency ward, and they just pissed themselves. And she was angry at me for the rest of the visit, and fuck her. Because I was having seizures, and they put catheters in my arms and legs in case they needed to get to something I was thrashing around. I said, "I'm not going to thrash around." And they said, "Are you bleeding out of your bum?" And I said, "No." And they said, "Oh, we'll check." And I went, "Why would I lie about something like that?" And so she checked. Now, tell your doctor when they are checking your bum, right, that they're not to dock Thunderbird 5, okay? That's not how we do this, right? They're to roll in. They're to roll in with, yes, absolutely, Mr. Grant Gregory. Because you're coming up at that age too. Roll in. Just don't be afraid to tell them this. Just say, "Try this technique. Your patients will love you." Because what else happens when you're a guy is they check out your prostate and they go all the way in. And they go, feel. And you go, "I used to remember this being fun. This isn't." Bloody.
Sorry, I'm still stuck on the Thunderbird 5. Was that the submarine?
Oh, that was
Was Thunderbird 5 the submarine?
It was Thunderbird 3.
No, it was the rocket in the satellite.
Thunderbird 3 was the rocket. 4 was the little submarine. 5 was the space
satellite.
station. Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought. So you said don't come in like Thunderbird 5, and I'm like, I'm a very visual person, so I was imagining the satellite coming. I'm like, how would that work?
Yeah. Well, that. No, we're not looking for that. We're looking for that. Roll it in. And don't be afraid to tell your doctor.
I hate to point this out, but I was actually talking about the prostate one. I don't know what you were thinking I was talking about at first.
Well, they do all kinds of things like check your bum for simple lumps and bumps and polyps. They check your bum for blood.
And sometimes if you just ask them nicely to, they will.
If you see a rainbow armband, just fucking give it a go. I've had some problems up the bum. Do you want to just...
As someone, I'm asexual, so the idea of penetration kind of revolts me. So this is going to be quite mentally rough for me.
I've never heard someone say the idea of penetration haunts me, and I love that phrase. So I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life. The idea of penetration haunts me. So fair enough, Laura.
I didn't say haunt me. I said repulses me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But no, the interesting thing for trans women is that the hormones make it shrink.
Yes.
So when I get hormones, whenever that fucking well is, I will not have a prostate problem ever, most likely.
But they'll still look for it.
Well, I'm sure, but
And the bloody
Um,
trouble is, I've talked to trans women before, and they still look for it. And the trouble is, it's because it's shrunk, and fucking, they've got to look more robustly. And
oh
trans women say this is not the thing they want to be reminded of.
yeah,
Trans women who are post-op don't have so much of a difficulty because things have moved around. And there's much more in the way of tools made available.
yeah.
I'm
My
not
my
gonna go
dad
into
got prostate cancer a few years ago, and they had an interesting technique because he didn't want it removed because it causes some incontinence problems, and also where the kind of stuff that Viagra may not fix.
Yeah.
And so what they did was they had this really ingenious thing they did. They had little pellets like rice, irradiated pellets that they injected into it to kill off the cancer.
Did it work?
Apparently, yeah. He's got the all clear.
Did they
So
take it out again, or do they just let it
I don't
fizzle
know.
out?
I don't
You
know.
don't want to know.
Didn't
No,
ask too many questions.
Well, I mean, that's one atomic shit, that's for sure.
What's that, mate?
I said that'd be one atomic shit if they left it in there.
Fucking oath. Yeah, my shit's glowing. Oh, well, your prostate fucking beads are working. My
well, it is
granddad had a
actually the doctor's
gold
fingers got a glow at
amphenol.
the end. It's like ET.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate being so visual.
Bloody, my grandfather had a gold amphenol stuck in his prostate, and I just thought that's fucking cool. Not only have you got an amphenol, you've got an irradiated gold amphenol stuck in your prostate. You are the coolest, most hardcore punk grandfather I know, who works on a farm with cows. But it worked, and they at the end of the process they merely unscrewed, and they said every time they did it they unscrewed one end, whacked it in the little he called it the oven. They opened it, and they all had, he said the thing that bothered him is they all had lead screens on and gloves, and they put it in while they were all gloved up and masked up, and he's just sitting there going, do I get any? And they go, no. And then they stuck it back into him, and they're going, you needed all that, and I've got it in me. Have I got to be wary of where I sit? And they go, get people not to sit on a chair that you sit on often. And he's a bit like, what else is this irradiating? And they're going, well, usually only the cancer. Usually is not a word you want to fucking hear in medicine. What else is it irradiating? Because some of my favourite bits are down there. Anyway.
Good call. Hey, do you like my garnish? Can you see it? It's got like white chocolate and little sparkly pink sugar crystals on it.
No.
Was that what you were pouring on the plate? I couldn't figure it out. It looked like glue. I'm like, what are you doing with that?
It literally did look like glue. And both Gregory and myself got really close to the camera trying to look.
No,
I have a bottle very similar for cleaning showers. Like it's like Jif but for shower screens. And I looked at it and went, all right, that almost looks exactly. Actually, I might even have it nearby.
Yeah.
You can drink
I
Windex.
thought it looked like Clag glue, and I was confused.
Yeah, that does look a bit Christmassy, actually, doesn't it? With that,
actually, I do. There you go.
It's the same. It's the same.
It's the same.
That's what I looked at. I went, wait, what's he doing?
Geez, don't put that in your pantry, mate. It could be a terrible invention.
I have been told you can drink Windex, and I said you shouldn't drink Windex, and they said you can, and I went, you shouldn't, and you can.
Oh, I mean, you can at least once.
Yeah.
I mean, you can skydive without a parachute once. I mean, you can do things.
What they did was they put like a tiny little bit in the bottom of a glass, and I'm going, I don't know about this, and they put vodka in the top, and then put orange flavoring in it as well, but it was blue. like
Yeah.
bright blue, and the colouring
Yeah.
went all the way up, didn't dilute, went all the way up. And I'm going,
Yeah.
oh shit, and so I drank it, and I didn't taste the Windex and didn't get ill from it, but I did get a big buzz off it. So I think I wouldn't do it again. But what I have had is, the blue stuff they put in Superloos
Yes.
to make the toilet water blue.
Blue,
That stuff
yes.
is utterly non-toxic, and you can drink it. And I've had that put in glasses and had blue drinks made out of that. And,
Oh my
But
God.
why?
Non-toxic
Sorry?
doesn't mean it's still edible. Like there is, like you can
It's
eat.
tasteless.
I mean,
It's
wood
completely
is
tasteless.
non-toxic, but I wouldn't recommend eating wood. Like it's just, like
this stuff
just because
is
it's
completely
non-toxic
tasteless.
doesn't mean it's safe.
It's completely it basically doesn't interact with your body at all. It's utterly harmless. It's effectively a colorant, and people think, it stops the smell as well. It doesn't. The water stops the smell. And I was stunned. I just went, I don't know about this. And the drink tasted great. It was a cocktail. To be fair, I was already pretty inebriated.
Yeah.
And I was on multiple substances at the time. And I was at Mardi Gras. So pretty much anything goes.
I think
So, is this Angry's next drink?
No,
I hope
I'm
so.
normally down on just blue curacao as being a silly drink.
Yeah.
I use it occasionally because I want a blue drink. But now you've turned me into a big fan of blue curacao, because at least it's better than blue toilet stuff. So
I don't know about better.
talking
There's no
about
alcohol in it.
talking about toilet
No.
stuff.
When the kids want a virgin blue curacao, you go, no worries. Only a few drops, and boom, blue as. Electric blue, beautiful. Beautiful colour.
Speaking about toilet stuff,
Yeah.
I did have a little bit of a gag back in the 80s and towards the end of the 80s when I was at school. I ended up with a toy and it had a piece of foam in it. You know when you buy CDs in one of those towers, often they come with these little sort of circles with a hole in the middle that they go on.
Yeah.
I had a piece of foam, like a hard foam, that was the same texture, it looked the same, and was the same size as those circular shape, and it was white, as those things that they leave in the urinal.
Oh, yeah, urinal
So
cakes.
I used to have a little, sort of a little, a little bit of a joke. I'd come out sort of nibbling on it, just like, I don't know whether to stick them in the toilet, and people like, it's a piece of foam, you idiots.
Yeah. Oh, that was the joke in that old Bill Murray movie, Caddyshack.
Yeah.
When there was someone threw a chocolate bar in the water and someone thought someone had shit in the pool, and they all freak out and they empty the pool and they're scrubbing it clean. And Bill Murray's character's down there and he finds it and he picks it up and everyone freaks out because he's picked it up. But he's realized it's a chocolate bar. And as he's holding it up, goes, I found it. And they're all going, oh my God, that's disgusting. And he goes, and takes a huge bite out of it and freaks everyone right out.
That's why you always bring a polywaffle to a public pool, just for a bit of fun.
Just for a bit of fun. Polywaffle's got the right sort of ripply exterior as well.
Yeah. I remember they were selling polywaffles or picnics and going, polywaffle or picnic, I can't remember. It's ugly. Oh, it's ugly as hell, but it tastes great.
Picnic had a whole campaign around being ugly. Yeah.
It's picnic. It's ugly. It's disgusting looking, but it tastes amazing. And they also had one for burger rings. Going, what are you eating? Burger rings. Do you know what they're made out of? Well, they're made out of old tires and pieces of steel, and the leftovers for paper cuttings. Yeah, it tastes great, but they're made out of toxic waste. Yeah, but they taste great, but
they taste good.
The colouring left on your fingers stains porcelain china for 100 years. Yeah, I know it tastes great, but burger rings taste great. And
They do. Burger rings did taste great. I loved them.
Yeah.
This, by the way, is called a hot-blooded. I'm doing Valentine cocktails. Hot-blooded. This is it's got Archie Rose rye whiskey, the AIDSy killer, my chili liqueur with actual chilies in it. Yeah, back off or I'll fucking get you.
Stop it. I've been good.
And blood orange juice to make it go pinky red because that's a traditional Valentine's color. So I'm drinking an AIDSy might be tough and survive death multiple times, but he can't survive this. If he drank this, his throat would close up and down he would go.
Speaking about sort of blood, red drinks. I'm sorry, Valentine equals red.
Yeah.
But I used to have a friend who was a vampire goth. And
what are they now?
Sorry?
What are they now?
An accountant.
Well, I don't know because I've seen them for years now. But
okay. At the time, yeah.
Yeah. So I met this friend at the toy shop, at the local model shop. He was doing work experience, and so we hit it off, and we ended up being really good friends for a good few years. And he plays a game. We played a game called Warhammer 40,000. It's a good fun game, and so but they've got 4 different gods in it. One's the god of disease, Nurgle, the god of magic, Sinch, the god of perversion, which is Slanesh, and then the blood god, Khorne. And so what happened was he had Jehovah's Witnesses knock on his door. And he said, look, I'm really busy today. Do you want to come back tomorrow? And in that 24 hours, he borrowed chalices off his friends and with coffee in it and made it look like blood. And he said he was a Khornite, blood for the blood god, and went through all the fluff around this thing. And you got these 2 little old ladies kind of like looking around the room with a lot of black and a lot of red and a lot of, with my friend with like lots of rings and piercings and stuff like, a face full of ironmongery, things like that, and sort of like, oh my God, I'm in the realm of Satan himself. Is going through their head. Oh God, so fun.
Had a similar situation, Laura. When I was married, I was finished my apprenticeship with a magical cult, and I was doing my post-grad work, and so I had bits and pieces all over the house because I was working on multiple projects at the time, and they were subtle enough to put away, but I would, come afternoons and weekends, I would have to work on this bit and then do a bit of that bit and then do a bit of this bit and then read up and then write my reports out in my logbook for my apprentice master to give me pointers on what to do. And so I was working hard, and I hear my wife giggling and say, AIDSy, we've got some visitors for you. And I come out in my robe and various different bits. I had black all around my mouth because I had a charcoal mixture of various different herbs and things that were in a liquid form that I had to gargle. And of course, this stuff comes down and it just makes a mess of you. But it makes you think about different things. And so I've come out, and of course, as soon as you get anything on your face, you touch different parts of your face. So I've got like black on my eye and black on my forehead and on my hands. And I'm trying not to touch anything in the house. And I've got my book open with all symbols on it and my writing in it. And I've got a knife in one hand and a chalice in the hand as well. And I've come in and gone, I'm kind of, and they took one look at me and went, we'll come back. And they fuck off. And I'm going, what was that? And she's laughing her ass out. And she said, oh, it was the JWs coming round. They wanted to know if you're interested in Christ. And she said, in a way he is. And so they've come in and they've seen me come out in my complete magical drag and gone, Satan, and doff. The irony, of course, Satan's got nothing to do with it. And there's no actual gods involved either.
As an apostate, I can appreciate that.
That's good.
Yeah. It was,
and no, sorry, just say hello. Nobody is joining us in the chat. Haven't seen you for a while.
How you doing?
Hope you're well.
Hello, Nobody.
Haven't been in touch for a while, but buddy, I have been making progress. I've run into some road bumps, but I will be talking to you properly soon, and we'll do a proper conference call soon. Haven't forgotten about you. Am not ghosting you. I've just been fucking under it. Okay. So yeah, it was good times actually. My post-apprenticeship, post-doctorate sort of work, because I had to do a lot of stuff, but the actual things that had to happen don't happen in your house. You never do work in your house, but all the prep stuff I could do in my house, and that was with all the gizmos and the tools. Eventually what happens is you go from all the gizmos and the tools to nothing. You go empty-handed, and you bring all of your skills to wherever you are with nothing, no tools or toys, and no potions or pills or smells or bells. There's just nothing. There's just you, and you don't have to wear the clothes, and you don't have to wear the robes or anything like that. And it's very, very important because you can talk to people of different faiths and people of different convictions in the street. And if you want to help their being or heal them in an emotional way, you can do that without freaking them out. You know, I can talk to devout Muslims and devout Christians and devout Hindus and not freak them out by going, you're being helped by someone who works from the other side. It just basically becomes human to human contact. And yes, I'm doing work in the background, but it's nothing that's going to divert them from what they believe, want, feel like. And it's not going to make them feel uncomfortable, because making someone feel uncomfortable or guilty or, you believe the wrong thing. I mean, who the fuck am I to say you believe the wrong thing? If, however, someone's being abused by a church or cult or sect or place, I will say you are being abused. You are being taken for a ride. You are being ripped off. In nowhere in the Bible does it says the leader of the church gets to fuck you and your wife in the bum as a special sacrament. That's not a thing. They don't get to fuck your children in the bum as a special sacrament. That's not a thing. So get out. I'll say that. But, if they say I'm a devout Muslim, Hindu, Catholic, whatever, I say, oh, yeah, that's great. How are you feeling about this? Do you want to think about that? Do you want to, have you thought that this is what's happening instead? A lot of people's problems are about connection rather than blame. It's easy to blame. A lot of incels, for example, say women are bitches because they won't fuck me. And it's like, well, no, all it is they're not connecting with you right now. That's all it is. They're not thinking about you when they say no to you. They're thinking about themselves. They're thinking about, I don't feel like connecting with this person today. I don't feel like connecting with this individual right now. They're not saying you're horrible. They're saying, I don't feel like it. And if you can teach incels that you're not being rejected, you're just not connecting with that person right now. And you might later or you might never, but it's okay. You're not being told you're evil. You're just being told how they think. So don't assume you know how they think. Just assume you know how you feel, and they've told you how they feel, and that's it. Because you don't own anyone, you don't you're not entitled to anything, so don't feel bad about it. Go on to the next one. There's another one waiting for you. And I promise you, there's someone in the bar who thinks you're hot shit. As soon as you find them, they'll take you home. And so if you can, wrap problems up in those kinds of terms, you start to get people who then stop blaming. Christians particularly are really good at blame. And you go, well, why don't we take the blame out of it and stop blaming people and start blaming systems? There's a system which basically has put you against your family or your brother because of expectations. And, what when you're arguing, are they trying to win? You're feeling put upon by these people. What are they trying to win? And sometimes it's things like status within their church group. Sometimes it's things like their expectations of you are wildly inappropriate because of information they don't know or information they've been told that they didn't tell you. So oftentimes it's about sitting them down and saying, listen, what do you know? What do I know? Let's get on the same page. And, fucking 9 times out of 10, when you have an actual conversation with somebody without going, I need to win, you suddenly get into a situation where peace prevails. It's like magic.
I've got a little thing I want to sort of divert to, which I think is really, really amusing. So the whole Trump impeachment thing.
Yeah.
So he's got the new one. So his first set of lawyers decided that they weren't going to represent him after all. It's a rumor, but it may have something to do with the fact that they actually want to be paid for their work. So that's the first one. But
they don't want to commit career suicide as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only that, they also actually misspelt several things in the initial thing. So
United and United States was one of them, which I think is really funny.
Yeah, I thought so too.
United States. But my favourite bit about it is that Trump's defence seems to be him just going on about the same thing about, I won the election, it was stolen away from me. But my favourite bit is, the people that did that whole insurrection thing?
Yeah, that thing.
Their defence is, Trump put me up to it.
That is very clearly their defense, and it is because they thought they wouldn't be punished because Trump put them up to it. Absolutely.
And he did put them up to it. And
so it's like, I'm innocent, and they're all saying, I did what he said.
Yeah, the president told me to do it. How can I be guilty of a crime when the president told me to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, in all fairness, he didn't say storm the Capitol. I mean,
he encouraged them to be there, though.
He said, we're going to walk down there and I'm coming with you.
Yeah. And fight
down there. He didn't say in there. I'm saying, if we're gonna go with what it was, I don't think what he said caused it. I think that's an easy way for them to get out of it. What they did is a crime, and they should be punished.
Oh yeah,
for it.
Absolutely.
There's nothing about it. But I think what they're saying that, oh no, Trump definitely told me to do that. I think that's a cop out. They're just looking for, because of the hate that Trump has, they're going, well, we're going to use this, so then they're going to go a little bit lighter on us because, you'd have to be silly to post yourself on Facebook doing that. I mean, obviously we're under the influence of some great power, i.e. Trump. So I think it's a cop out.
It's not a defense. Yeah. It doesn't excuse them. Yeah. There were two main sorts of people there. The absolute weirdos who actually believe the QAnon stuff and the devil worshipping child eaters and Trump's the savior of the world. And they literally didn't think they were doing anything wrong because they're idiots. That's not a defense. But there were the scary ones. There were the ones who actually intended to do violence, the ones who bought weapons and those zip tie handcuffs. They wanted hostages. They were going to do some bad shit.
They wanted to get senators and tie them up and hold them hostage. There was no
they
question.
They were bad.
wanted that,
Hey,
and there was no question that they were full-on Trump supporters as well. There was no question that they.
oh yeah, and
that
they
thought-
felt they had Trump's sanction to do it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But hey, I found a fun story, somewhat tied to what you said before. What's happening? I'm going to remove that and bring that. There, you're back.
Oh, there
you
we go.
disappeared. Back. There.
Yeah, no, sorry, my headset, it's a Bluetooth one, and I accidentally bumped my ear. So when I do that, it shuts the audio off, which means that it refreshes the page, which means I have to go
Jesus,
back
Mr.
to
Grant
the YouTube
Gregory,
video.
If
And
you do that again, mate, if you fucking do that again, fucking the boys are coming around. You know what I'm saying?
here we go. Let's go. Yeah, that's tempt fate. Trump's got my back. Go on, he incited me to do it.
That's the perfect answer.
My favourite bit about that insurrection thing was the conservative media, certain parts of it, trying to say that it was Antifa. And I've got a picture.
That's so weird.
I've got a picture for you here, if you want to screenshot.
Yes, yes. Thank God you're home. Antifa did this.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
You know, I believe that picture. I do.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I've got something to bring up, Maisie. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting as the court cases progress with those idiots, because some of them need to be put away. Some of them are clearly fucking dangerous.
And there was several YouTube like relatively famous, like Bake Alaska and all that. He was in there. Like,
Alaska was there with no mask on. The fucking clown. That was so funny. A YouTube white supremacist goes in there and he appears on camera with no face covering, so it's
Was
obvious.
he the guy who was carrying
the podium. No. That was
no. But I mean, he worked for years to drop that image to the point where people that were going to go, well, maybe I don't like his face, but maybe he's not that. And then straight away he's live streaming. You're like, oh, yeah, good work.
What a clown! I'm live streaming my serious crime. Here we go.
Well, I mean, not only that, it's a federal crime, and for every one that you do, like 3 federal crimes, and you can get away for life.
Life
It's
sentence.
pretty serious.
The one that made me chuckle was the guy who turned up in his high school jacket with his name.
Jacket, yeah.
Yes.
And then said it was his brother. That was the best part about it.
Oh
I didn't
no!
catch that one.
What was funny to me was the amount of those QAnon nutbags who were totally alienated from their families because they've been behaving insane for a couple of years. And when their faces showed up on the news, family members were just calling the cops, go, yeah, that was Joe Bob Briggs. He lives at this address. You should come around and arrest him.
Yes.
It's like family members who were sick of them were turning them in.
That didn't happen once.
I mean, this is how you know how nuts they were. You got bloody Alex Jones in there screaming at them, do not go in. You're breaking law. Do not go in. Do not go in. And they're like, yeah, we're going to go in. I'm like, when you've got Alex Jones on the side of reason in that scenario,
you're in trouble. You're in a lot
like,
of trouble.
I mean,
Alex Jones is the sanest guy there.
I actually, in all fairness, I did like the fact that when they broke in and illegally, broke into a Capitol building, they made sure that they didn't cross the ropes when they were walking 2 by 2 down the thing.
That was funny. That was so funny. They've broken down the doors, they've broken through windows, but then they walk in and there's this carpeted walkway with velvet ropes and with a big open room either side, and they all carefully walked down the carpet between the velvet ropes. That was so weird.
And they didn't destroy any statues.
No. But they tried to break into the fucking Senate floor when there were the security guys, whether they were feds or whatever, with guns saying,
with
you
drawn
didn't fuck
guns.
off, we'll shoot you. And they didn't fuck off, so they shot that woman. And it's
There's another thing here as well, is that a number of the cops, they've now, they just didn't die, because we've heard about the guy that died and a couple of other people, but the amount, there's one guy who had his skull cracked. There's a guy that is probably gonna lose an eye. beaten with sticks, and there was a guy with a bloody crutch smacking a cop, dragging him out from the others and smacking him over the head. About 3 or 4 of them doing this.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Yeah, putting down their thin blue line flag to beat a cop. Yeah,
bloody.
I mean, I used to. I mean, you think there's hypocrites on all sides, but the fact of the matter is that it was displayed in such a public forum. Any potential goodwill that was coming up in the last, week or so of his presidency, it went away, and I think that was the thing that ultimately, I don't want to say hurt the fan base, but hurt his supporters and everything. It was like that. It was because when you've got videos of someone that's got a Blue Lives Matter thing on there, attacking someone else and getting arrested, and then resisting arrest. Yeah, optics are a big thing.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. The whole thing's a bit weird.
They had people in full fascist. Full fascist T-shirts. Hitler was right.
Yeah,
6 million Jews was only a start.
Literally pro-Nazi slogans on the gear they were wearing. As wild.
Are you up on the QAnon stuff? Because I'm really not. I only just found out about it recently. I thought it was some just.
No, QAnon's been going on for a couple of years. It's okay. It's important to preface, it's completely fake. It was started by a known. There is a very compelling case as to who was doing it. 2 different guys, both absolute con artists, but they were posting to like 4chan, 8chan message boards as with the pseudonym Q, which was meant to refer to Q clearance, which was the highest level of security clearance in the CIA.
And
they were giving because when you post on these boards, you're anon. Your name's not tied to it, and Q was Q anon. And this supposed person from deep inside the security apparatus kept dropping hints about this is going to happen and that's going to. And of course, over the last several years that QAnon's been happening, they kept posting predictions. Things going to happen on this date. Nothing happened. That was just preparation. Things are going to happen on this date. And it was right up to Biden will be arrested. He thinks he's being sworn in, but instead of a Bible, they'll slap handcuffs on him and drag him. And that actually broke a few of the Q people, that Biden just got sworn in, and that Trump caved. Trump was spineless, sold them all out, and whatnot. Not a lot of them, but at least some of them finally went, I feel like a fucking idiot now. I've been following something that's clearly not true. And I've turned my life upside down for a thing that's clearly not true.
Which is amazing, because most of those conspiracy theories, when they've been proved to be complete shit, they double down. They double down and dig in.
Mm-hmm.
And go,
a bunch of them have. Yeah.
Fucking every.
Well, I mean, we all know the Earth is flat. It's ruled by lizard people. I mean, that's just fact. But I mean, this QAnon stuff, that just seems a bit weird.
The thing about it is you say stuff like that and become a senator.
Yes.
Without any work to do, by the way.
Also remember the Jewish conspiracy that's working with the Masons on this as well.
Yeah.
Okay, remember that.
QAnon's just slightly warmed over centuries-old anti-Semitism. It's that.
Yeah. But basically,
if it's only
Mr.
slightly,
Grant,
okay. Well, then
every time I look at QAnon, it's changed. They change it up. They switch it up. There's more shit in it. It's just crazier and crazier, and people take this shit so literally, and they take it so to heart. So that every Trump rally, there was so much QAnon supporters there, and apparently every time he made this gesture, this gesture.
No, he did this. He went, which is a Q,
right?
And he did it multiple times.
And he did do it multiple times. Now, there's a lot of good evidence to say that it was just a gesture that he was doing unconsciously originally, but after a while, he was doing it properly. He was doing it for real.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of evidence to say that he was going with it. because he was
Absolutely.
getting more of a fan base.
No,
And,
one of his insiders
I mean,
explained.
if you've got that sort of stuff, dude, I'd like I'll give you my email afterwards. Send it to me because that sort of stuff fascinates me.
okay,
I know a good podcast if you're into listening to
Yeah.
podcasts where they did. It's
Yeah.
called Reply All, and they did a really compelling analysis of who is almost definitely behind QAnon. You can't absolutely prove it. Turns out it's a con man who runs child porn out of the Philippines. Who knew that it would be someone that reprehensible? But
I mean, wasn't that the thing that they were saying was everywhere as well?
yeah. And whereas it's almost definite that the guy who was actually posting it actually is a child rapist and runs child out of the Philippines.
It's kind of like Andrew O'Keefe railing against domestic violence, and turns out that he was doing it the whole time.
Yeah, that type of thing.
That type of thing.
Yeah,
got it.
Absolutely.
yeah.
Anyway, guys,
behind the
I just got a
bars
warning
is-
on my phone that I've got an overheating issue with my phone, so which means I've probably got about 2 or 3 minutes left. I'm just using my phone through StreamYard, so I'll jump on my computer and have a listen. I just don't have the headphones and everything for it, so
That's fair, man. That's fair.
Thanks for having us on and that, and
Thanks for joining in,
the
man.
invite.
Total pleasure.
Yeah,
Fucking very good to meet you, Mr. Grant McGregory.
Yeah, nice to chat to you.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Salute you
nice
all.
to put a face to
Thank you.
the name.
Good to meet you, man.
Cheers, buddy.
well, you've taught me a lot about the gin that I didn't realize with the distillery and stuff, and so no, it's good.
Resident expert. Yes. Yeah.
Mhm.
Always here to talk about gin.
Speaking
That
of
was
which,
nice,
my next
It
cocktail.
was nice meeting you, Laura, as well. Oh, sorry, this way. There we go.
Yep,
Yeah.
nice.
Thanks, Grant.
Yes.
Cheers,
Yes.
man.
No mirrors
All right,
here.
have a good
buddy.
one, guys.
Have a good day.
Cheers, mate. Inner Deviant on Twitch. It's frightening that the Trump supporters, a chunk of them, are straight up white supremacists, and it's really freaky to see that shit come to life.
The white supremacy that came out with the Trump presidency straight after Obama, of course,
Yes.
was, to me, frightening. One of the things that I learned when I travelled overseas, when I was comicking, was that I'd always been a bit disgusted with Australia because we're a racist place. And we are.
Yes.
But what I realised when I went overseas, we do baby racism. We do
lazy
low grade.
racism. What we do is
lazy racism.
lazy racism.
We do amateur racism. Still hurtful and horrible, but when you get overseas and you see what they get into, you just go, "Fuck me." The level of hate is insane. I went over and met a mate in America for, I was over there for 2 days, a stopover, and we were friends on the internets. And he said, we talked about racism a lot, and he said, "Listen, you're a white guy from Australia. You just can't know." And I said, and I would say to him, "I can't know." And this all started from me talking about hip hop, and I said, I admire hip hop. I think it's amazingly well skilled, and it's a culture to itself now because was at that time going for 20 years. It's a mature art, but I don't come from East LA. I don't come from the hood. I am not fucking hassled by the man. The protect and serve actually protects and serves me. I'm technically black, but I pass for white every day, and it doesn't touch me. And so, I don't get into hip hop as much because I can't relate to the inner feeling and politics of it. I admire it. There's some hip hop that I just think is fucking awesome, but I don't. Yeah. It's not something that I deeply viscerally get into. And he was saying, "Wow, I've never heard. I've heard a lot of white guys say I hate fucking that rap crap, but I've never heard a white guy, say fucking I don't deserve to because I don't relate properly. I don't, I don't have the skills to relate, which is what I was telling him. And so we got on really well, and we would talk about race politics, and I would talk about, Black Australia, and he'd talk about Black America, and he'd say things about Black America, and I go, no. And he'd go, yeah. And then I met him for a couple of days, and the very quick experience was he took me to we were in Venice Beach. He took me to a bar, and there were two white bouncers outside that looked like bikies, and he said, so gentlemen can come in for a drink. It's the middle of the day, okay? It's the middle of the day. And these bouncers said, well, your friend can come in, but I don't think you'd be very comfortable in here. To him. And I'm going, and straight away I've fucking got the message, and I'm going, I thought we'd both come in and just have a drink, and go, no, I don't think he'd be very comfortable in here. I think he'd be more comfortable in a bar in another place. I mean, you're welcome, but I don't think he'd be very comfortable in here, And I said, I think we'll go to another place. And he was smiling at me, and I went, are you fucking kidding me? And he went, oh, no. Oh, no. Come with me. It gets better. I'm going,
oh,
it
God.
doesn't. And so round the corner, we go round the fucking corner. There's two black bouncers at the bar. And they said, oh, the brother can come in, but Mr. Charles can find somewhere else. They didn't even couch it.
They just said, fuck off. Yeah.
It was like, fuck off. The brothers are all right, but you can fuck off. And it was like, I can't. And so he was laughing, and we went to a corner store and got a quart of vodka,
malt liquor,
for like $1.50.
I know.
Going, are you a quart each? We got. He said, because we don't want to be drinking out of the same bottle, because that'll be a big problem. Yeah. And so we went to a park, and we were starting to drink our vodka, and I was just going, I'm stunned at the land of opportunity being the land of not opportunity. And he said, oh, yeah, buddy, every day. And we were sitting there. There were people jogging in the park. One guy ran into him, kicked him, and said, watch it, nigger. And I'm going, the fucking excuse me? And he said, stop. Yeah. Stop now. Let it go. And I'm going, and I was outraged. And he's going, let it go. Let it go. There's 6 of them, and they will fucking stomp us. And I'm going, unbelievable. Oh, it's just few. He said, drink your vodka. So I'm drinking my vodka, and then these fucking to protect and serve LA cops come up. Yeah. And they said to me, is this guy bothering you, sir? I'm sorry, you're talking to me? Yes. Sir, is this guy bothering you? Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm in the park with my friend. We're having a picnic. And they went, if you're under duress, just nod your head. I went, no, we're having a picnic. You can see food that we're sharing. He actually made it. No, we're together. Oh, well, don't do anything that would be and because my mate just went like this. Yeah. And what I found out later was when I said together, that immediately meant homosexually together. And the cops were immediately really very angry about that and said, well, don't do anything that there's children around, and be very careful because we're watching you. Yeah. And they did. They sat in their fucking cruiser about 150 metres away and watched us for the entire time we were there. And I said, should we be going? He said, no. Fucking just let's drink our vodka and eat our fucking chicken and sandwiches and just talk and watch the waves. Yeah. Well, he said we are actually allowed to be here. We are actually allowed to be doing this. So as long as we don't do anything or tongue pash,
Yes.
Because he had learned the word tongue pash from me because I'd written it down. He said, "What the fuck is this tongue pash?" And I said, tongue kissing, deeply tongue kissing, swapping tonsil spit.
Pash is in passionate, yes.
Which he was laughing because he said, because he stopped being at the keyboard and he said, I'm just back at the keyboard because I was laughing my ass off too loud and I couldn't type. And so, yeah, it was a shame that Greg and me didn't get much more. And then I lost his fucking, my computer crashed and I lost his details. Never talked to him again.
Yeah.
I was shattered.
Yeah, but growing up in Dubbo, there was only 2 pubs blackfellas could go into. Of all the pubs in town, there was only 2 that blackfellas could go into. And they weren't segregated against whites either. You would get white people in those pubs too. But they were the only 2 that it was particularly safe for blackfellas to go into. And as you say, with America, what you reminded me of, stuff sits in the back of your mind. Back when the Beastie Boys were in their peak, like in the Licensed to Ill tour, I remember this really long article on them, their first really big tour, where they were horrible shits and destroyed hotel rooms and all this sort of thing. But they did gigs in the South. And because they had, although the Beastie Boys were white, they had black people in their crew and whatnot. And they were in a bar, I forget where it was, somewhere in the South in the US. And they were getting static from white guys in the bar. And one of them is probably Adam Rausch because he's Jewish and so he hates the Klan. And he's just like, his radar's not very good. And he's going, why? Why is there all this attitude? What, is this a Klan bar? Are you trying to tell me this is a Klan bar? And the black guys in the crew are going, shut up.
Shut up.
And he's mouthing off about, what, is the Klan going to come and get me? And this, at a certain point, the black guys in the crew grab him and say, leaving now. And
going now.
They dragged it out. And he's going, what? And then like the penny drops as he's being dragged out. Like, it is a Klan bar? Because yeah, they're gonna fucking kill us.
Well, I remember about the Beasties. It was years later when they were very famous. They went to play in the South, and they had a big stadium gig booked. And they had their hotel, and they were trying to get in touch with their black crew, and they couldn't find them. And then they found out that the hotel had basically organised their black crew to stay at another hotel.
Oh, God.
And the Beasties lost their fucking mind and said, you'll get all of them here in suites within the hour, or we will own this hotel by the end of the week. We have this kind of money. We have this kind of anger.
And we'll find you all.
And you will do this. And the concierge is losing his fucking mind going, I am between a pile of shit and a ton of bricks made out of shit. And he rings the owner. And the owner says, the Beastie Boys have already rung me and you will be getting the black crew in the hotel. You did the right thing. I told you to do this, but today we're doing it this way. Yeah. And apparently the Beasties would send randomly, they would send members of their company, black members of their company to the hotel saying, hi, I represent the Beastie Boys. I'd like to spend a week in your hotel. Just to fucking remind them that they were fucking being watched, that this was not going to go away. And apparently they did it for years, and until that one of them died of cancer, didn't he?
Yes, not that long ago. Oh, sorry, I think I'm late saying hello to some people. Anna Morgan, hello. It's Friday night, so of course we're still going. It's only 11 o'clock. Yeah, we've got a lot of mileage. And Sajuk, I knew someone else.
I disagree. It's just gone 12. However, that's on pretty much the other side of the world for you.
So it's noon in Laura's part of the world. There you go.
Yeah.
That's right, because we're 14 hours.
I have no idea. No, well, if that's true, we're 11 hours ahead. So. And it's 1300 where Sajuk is. So 1 p.m. in Sajuk's land. So there you go. And I know Germany. Is Sajuk in Germany? I'm sure you told us where you were.
Yes, Germany.
Germany. Yeah.
Okay, so it's 1,200 there, so it's 2,300 here.
Yes,
what's
2,300 here.
difference?
And Inner Deviants at 5 a.m. We've got a real spread. We've got an awesome spread of time zones happening. Yes,
Where the fuck is
Berlin.
Inner Deviant? It must be in the US.
Yeah,
US.
but
That's
the West, it'd be
Right
the
around
Western
the other
US.
side.
Yeah.
Because it starts in Greenwich and goes around. Do you know it was almost going to start in France? Thank you, Laura. The zero longitude line was almost going to start in France, but Waterloo happened, and the Rose line
A bloody
fucking
French.
fell apart. And Greenwich Observatory was the one, because all of Europe said, "Yep, Greenwich." Fuck you, Napoleon.
Yeah, Napoleon.
You know what
wasn't that
amazes
popular.
me, that during the Napoleonic times, that the metric system was devised, worked out, and basically set up. During all of that chaos, they basically said, let's take a line of longitude to longitude on the equator, cut it up into bits, and we're going to call this piece of water a meter, and we're going to call a 10 centimetre squared of cube of water a litre, and 1 centimetre cubed of water a gram, and that's also going to make a centimetre, and also going to make weight, and also going to make volume, and also going to make distance. And it's brilliant. It's all done on water.
Enlightenment.
I've got a fun story for you. So I remember I wasn't involved in this conversation. I remember watching it on it was a Google Hangout back then, and it was some atheist people trying to explain to some Christians who refused to be told anything, effectively. So they are science-denying morons, young Earth creationists kind of idiots.
Sure.
And they basically were like, pi is 3. This is in the Bible. This is true.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And it's like, no, I mean, they were kind of close, but it's 3.14. And they just wouldn't accept it because they were saying they were using shekels or whatever it was, whatever measuring system that they had.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, it doesn't matter. And they were trying to, effectively, these atheist people, the smart people, were trying to explain that it doesn't matter whether it's yards or meters or, standard elephants,
or bees,
whales, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still 3.14 of whatever measurement you're talking about.
And you know what, Laura?
Several
cultures came up with 22-on-7 for the radius comparison to the circle. Several cultures. The Chinese, the Euros, the Arabs, and the Indians all came up with this. The Greeks all came up with this ratio, and of course it works beautifully. Pi is fucking everywhere in mathematics. It's like your go-to number for just about anything. If you're going to have a physics paper, you've got to have pi in there, or you've got to go again because you fucked it up. Clearly, there's no pi in there. You can get away with it if there's a couple of golden ratios in there, but you've got to have pi in your formula somewhere, or it's not a real physics paper and you won't get your doctorate. And you talk to young Earth creationists who give it, you're right, 3, and you try and tell them if it's 3, then trains would bump as they went along the tracks. They'd go bump, bump, because the wheels wouldn't actually line up with a circle. And then you tell them that the moon would spin so fast that you'd see a month in an hour. You tell them all these simple facts, and they go, no, we can see evidently that that's not the case.
Picture for
so
you.
we can see evidently that the Bible's right. And you go, No, you see, evidently,
Pie. Mother of God.
Pie.
Sorry,
Oh,
since we were on it, I had to show
No,
that.
that's pretty good. That's pretty
Hey,
good.
why not? Man?
Hey, I'm going to turn my microphone off and make another cocktail. So you continue.
I gotta tell you the story about one of these assholes on the internet. So there's this guy. He was used to use
Assholes on the internet, Laura. You've got to be kidding.
Yeah. Anyways,
Cursed.
so he
You're
was
a woman on the internet, like a sandwich bitch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
You know, it's the rules.
So this guy.
I'm crocheting. Is that not enough?
So fuck you,
So there's this guy called Richard Raspberry, and again, a British guy,
Right.
and he was trying to say that young Earth creationism is real and proper science is not. And he was having a discussion, with a bunch of people, atheists mostly. I mean, it was like one against several, about four.
Yeah.
But so someone asked him because one of the people, is a molecular biologist, so no science stuff. Oh, by the way, also a Christian, Catholic. So yeah. So what happened was she's explaining these things, and this Richard Raspberry guy is basically. By the way, Richard Raspberry is the to Richard Dawkins. That's where they're from. So he was trying to say that what if Fiona was all wrong, and it's like, okay, well, what qualifications have you got? And he said he had qualifications on a par with Fiona, who's a doctor. Well,
molecular biology.
When they started asking him like where, so we can check out this, because normally when you have a doctor, you normally find stuff that they've done. So, I need to write something down quickly so I remember this one.
Yeah, okay, Laura?
Yeah. Anyway, so what happened was he said he had, like I say, he had qualifications, and he was like, why are you asking that kind of? I don't want to reveal that kind of stuff, because obviously he's lying.
Can you just give me 2 seconds? I'll be back in a sec. I promise. I'm very deeply interested in this.
Sure. By the way, Queenie, nice to meet you. Have we chat last time? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I think occasionally we appear on the same streams, or that you're in the chat.
Yeah. Well,
on stream.
I wasn't able to make it last week, but the week before we were on. Because I joined later, everyone, it was like packing up, and it's like, oh.
I usually join in most nights because it's really funny. These streams have been like super important with like keeping the loneliness at bay.
Yeah.
During lockdown.
Yeah. The weird thing for me is I have agoraphobia, so I don't go out much anyway. So these kind of conversations are my equivalent of going to the pub. Hanging with.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think I'm agoraphobic. I'm just unenergetic, so I don't really like. I think COVID has really like made me. I always thought I was an extrovert, but I think I need downtime. I also think I've made this too big. I'm meant to be making another baby hat.
Oh, right.
But this is too big.
Oh, I don't know. You could make a yarmulke out of it.
Do you like it?
Jewish friend, they love it.
It's too big for the ears unless you're going for a Mickey Mouse look. But anyway, so there's Richard Raspberry guy. So he's saying that he's got qualifications.
I don't want to tell you my.
And when asked, he's been really cagey about it. So what happened was a couple of people basically his real name was out there. He even wrote a book called Wasp on the Moon, which was just awful. It was mostly bullshit pulled off of Conservapedia. And on top of that, he he cited his hard drive as one of the sources, which just is funny. You know, the URL in the hard drive C/ whatever.
Yeah.
And so anyway, what happened was when he, when people thought, well, we knew the area that you live in, Cornwall, and your real name, because that was there. It's on your profile on G+ back then. What he then did was remove his name off his profile and then accuse them of doc dropping him.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Okay.
Fuck off.
So and more bullshit went on, but I absolutely destroyed the guy. Because there was a live show on, and there was some drama bullshit going on, and effectively, he and another guy told another person, and this guy went and said that these people have been stalking Richard Raspberry for 2 years, and the mother, the son of the Catholic lady, who had basically been saying, this bullshit that Richard Raspberry is doing is utter nonsense. I've been dealing with this guy on Facebook and other groups for 2 years with his real name.
Yeah.
And so what happens is he says, so basically she's saying she'd be basically stalking him for 2 years.
Oh, fuck off.
So her neighbors end up, seeing this live stream thing. And they're talking about it, two women talking about, whatever, and that their sons overhear it and go out and beat up the Catholic lady's son.
Fuck off.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, because the thing is, the word stalker, it has a lot of connotations to it.
Yeah.
So Raspberry is just being a mother-looking fucking coward. And trying to hide from everything, but it eventually comes out on this live stream, and he's trying to say that it's not his fault and yada yada yada.
Oh, I had nothing to do with it.
But not only that,
I only set it up.
Yeah, but also, that he'd made a video saying that one of these people had been caught with their pants down, which is kind of like homophobic kind of thing, and so he denied that he'd said that because he'd remade the video without that bit. So what happened was, now normally when you have something that happens live, you don't have the resources to be able to say, well, here it is, because this is something that happened 6 months ago. It's like a whole sequence of events over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
So what happens is he made this video 6 months ago, and then they deleted it and put a different version up and said he hadn't said any of that at all. Lied about it.
What?
Oh gosh, this is my doctor. Give me a sec.
Okay, talk to your doctor. Come back and talk to us. Coin Cursed, I'm looking at you, mate. I'm looking at you. You've told me a lot of things, and I want to make some isopropyl alcohol, something that your organisation has done.
It is true.
Tell me the ways.
I'm not a distiller. I can't tell you. It's 2 parts chemistry and 1 part black magic, to be honest.
Okay, so basically what they start with a beer.
They start with a beer.
Okay?
They start with beer. Yeah, well, they start with wort, which is fermented grain and yeast and water.
Yeah. And then you
distill it.
You distill that up, and then you get your run. You get your first run. Your first run is not going to be high enough alcohol, so you're definitely going to throw that back in, and run it again. If you get a fractionating column, then you'll take the fractions out.
Well, no, because when you've got a column still, stills usually have column stills have windows on them,
Yes.
and as the alcohol makes it to the next window,
Yeah.
that's where you still have to take heads and hearts cuts though.
Yes. No question. But a fractionating still, which is something that they use in the petrochemical industry, you can basically take off your fractions as you go. You take off the highest fraction and separate it out from the next fraction, and separate it out, and the next fraction down. So the lowest fractions sometimes cycle straight back in. They don't even bother to blow them up. They cycle them straight back in. And the highest fractions, they get out there. The middle fractions, sometimes they'll combine and often throw them back in if they're looking for a very high end. That's your fractionating column. Your pot still, different beast altogether. Is you've got one run. You've got your highest heads and your lowest tails. Your very highest heads are full of all kinds of aldehydes and methanol. So you want to piss that off, and then you've got ethanol happening after that. Your ethanol is essentially what they use in your hand sanitizer and your isopropyl alcohol, because while you're not supposed to drink it, it's actually not toxic to go through. People often get it wrong in the sense they say, "Oh, you don't drink hand sanitizer because it's toxic." But it's not toxic per se. It's toxic because of the things that are in it, and it's toxic because of the strength of it.
I don't think that you would want to drink anything from the heads.
No.
That's where the blue stuff is. So
yeah, you don't want to drink that because it's basically got it's got large concentrations of methyl alcohol in it. It's got large concentrations of virtually paint stripper in it. It's actually quite nasty. But as soon as you get past those heads, the body, the first lot of the body,
the heart.
The first lot
so
of the
it's
heart
the heads, the hearts, and the tails.
Yeah, the first lot of the hearts is gorgeous. It's only when you start getting down the tails that you're starting to push shit uphill with your nose. But the tails really should be put straight back into the pot still anyway.
Yep.
Now that is how you would make a drink. But to make your high-end isopropyl alcohol, I am guessing that you would either take the lot and reboil it and keep going until such time as you leave the liquid in the pot that's not jumped up the column, and you just leave it there, tip it out, and then just keep on going until it. You'd lose.
So what's left in the pot is like a black sludge. It's really gross. Stinks too.
Yeah.
What a thing to walk in on. Okay, black sludge in the pot.
Well, we're talking about. I'm trying to make isopropyl alcohol.
Oh my god. Okay.
And I keep saying I'm not a distiller. I don't know.
Oh, also, AZ, because you don't see the chat, Mr. Grant Gregory, just wanted to thank you once again for your kind words. And I know, Grant, he wasn't just sucking up to you. That stuff is all true, because I visited him in hospital many times, because he's been in hospital many times. And he always makes a point of being courteous to people that other people don't necessarily act courteous to.
I'm back now. I'm fine. Something called
Good on you, Laura.
Excellent.
I'm glad.
a basil vagel or something.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's basically one of those things some people do sometimes. They get up,
Okay.
they feel a bit dizzy.
Yeah,
By
good.
the way, do you like my Kit Kat decoration on my drink?
I
Because
do like your Kit Kat decoration.
you all thought this was glue, so I thought I'd use it as glue because I chilled the glass and I stuck this on the bottom of the Kit Kat and then stuck the Kit Kat to the glass. So
Okay, are they? Do they sell like photo negative Kit Kats there? Because they're brown where I live.
this is a special flavor. This is like a caramel one called Kit Kat Gold.
Okay.
We have lots of flavors. I was tempted to get there's white Kit Kat and cookies and cream Kit Kat, but I thought the golden one would look good as a garnish. So I chose that for my garnish.
You can also get matcha tea Kit Kat.
Oh,
absolutely
matcha
can.
tea Kit Kats are my favorite.
They're difficult to get, but you can get them. They come from Japan.
I like.
Oh, you can get them in Daiso.
Yes.
Yes.
I like the chunky ones. Those are my favorites.
Oh, the big chunky ones.
Nice.
Yeah. I like the chunky caramel one. Like it's the brown chocolate, but it's got gooey caramel in the thing.
Oh,
The
yeah,
big-
that's pretty good.
those ones are pretty decadent. I like them.
Yeah.
So angry.
Kit Kats are not my favorite chocolate.
Not my favorite, but they serve a purpose.
They do the job.
Yeah.
Angry Laura was telling us about how she destroyed a spineless, cowardly Christian.
Nice.
Yeah. So basically, guy that accuses people of things, and people get hurt as a result of it. In fact, in real life. But I mean, just to give you an idea, there's like, this is the kind of person. There's no level which they won't go under to screw over someone. They accused the other guy because it's like, oh, these people are stalking me. He accused one of them of swatting him.
Oh God. Okay.
Okay.
Can you actually SWAT someone in the UK? Like,
Yes.
there's no SWAT teams there.
Well, there
Yes,
are, but they're just
there
not called SWAT. I mean,
I was making an obnoxious joke. Sorry.
Yeah, they're called
Sorry,
tactical aid units, TOW. Anyway, what's funny about it is that he added things to this. It's like, and the police went to see him and he was like crying and saying, don't arrest me. And the guy who's supposedly been being spoken to by the police is like, what the fuck are you talking about? None of that happened at all.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what happened was there's this live stream going and he's telling lies about something from 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Because he made a video saying, accusing some people and saying that this person was, found with their pants down, and had also called someone a paedophile as well, by the way. Because that's
the standard accusation.
And so when you take pants down and paedophile, has an unhealthy interest in young boys was the quote. It kind of, So what happens is he's in this thing telling lies, and I happen to be in it as well. And it's really comical because what happens is that video that he'd deleted and put up a different one and removed that part, which he then claimed he'd never said.
Yeah.
I saved that video. So what you can see, if you can imagine all the boxes on the bottom, 10 boxes at the bottom, they're talking. And I've said he's claimed these things. You're lying. I never said that. So I'm looking at my other monitor and I'm just sort of looking in my folder, and it's like in the bowels of my hard drive somewhere. Because I'm one of these messy people who just dumps up on the desktop and then just creates a new finder with stuff or something and just dump it all in there. And then that gets moved into another hard drive because I bought another hard drive, and that just ends up in a third hard drive with stuff and other stuff in another folder next to it. So it's in there.
I know the filing system well, Laura.
Yeah. So what happens is, there I am looking, and you see my box, and suddenly you just see a big grin on my face. It's, yes, I found it. And then I look at it, and then it's like, find to the right bit. would you like to look at my screen share? And so
Yes.
and it's like, there he is saying the thing, and it's like, busted. Because normally what happens is someone tells lies, and in a live stream, it's difficult to find something from 6 months, 5 months ago. Because you've got to go through, imagine you're writing someone on Facebook group or something, and you've got to scroll back and back and back for months, and it's really active. And then you find it, so it's like, you find it later, but you post it under the video, but everyone's watched the video. So you don't catch it. They don't get caught out. And I did it live, and I completely destroyed his credibility. His voice went up 3 octaves as he got more and more panicking about being caught out as a monstrous liar. And in the end, nobody wanted to talk to him. He was eviscerated from the community. And in the end, the best he could do was go to a bookshop or a library or something and take a Richard Dawkins book, stick it on the fiction shelf, and say, look, I even see the people at the library think it's fiction. That's the best he could do in the end. And then he just disappeared.
Yay.
Oh my God.
Fucking, I hate those.
And the moral of this particular story is never cross Laura.
Yes.
Well, I learned that early on. I had post-it notes on my flat door with this beautiful purple circle and a flower in it going, listen, and I won't say the full words, CMF. Now I know where you live. I have people to do my bidding, several post-it notes. And a knife through the door, and I'm going, okay, Laura's made a point. I won't call a blue.
Yeah, the point was the end of the knife.
Yes, a literal point was
a literal
delivered.
point. Boss of the house is going, you're fixing that, and I'm going, what, the door? And he goes, no, not the door.
In that great debate community, there are a couple of moments that I've just had that were just stupendous. That was one of them. The second one, so there's a guy called G-Man. He's a black guy, lives in New Jersey, and he's crazy, quite crazy. Quite possibly a victim of fetal alcohol syndrome. Or maybe just dropped on his head too many times as a baby. I don't know. But so he oh gosh, he's the kind of crazy Christian that makes excuses for slavery in the Bible.
Oh,
of course.
Another one is like, they're not proper Christians because it's like, if in the Bible it says that if you're a believer you won't go hungry, because there's a verse that says that. So therefore, if you're Christian, you won't be hungry. You can't be, well, what about those starving Christians in Africa? Well, what do they believe? Oh, well, they're not real Christians. Do you know what I mean? It's
there you go. It's obvious.
I always loved the Ned Flanders. I love many Ned Flanders lines, but he had one when he was protesting to God of why you're making my life so hard. You go, I did everything the Bible said, even the stuff that contradicted the other stuff.
Well, funnily enough, this is the one that's really entertaining, because G-Man, he'd made a video a few weeks before, and he was saying that there are more Christians than there are atheists, to like 1,000 to 1 ratio.
Oh, not that big a ratio.
So what I did was I went into a hangout that he was doing, and I said, you made this claim, it's not true. There are 30 million more atheists than there are Christians.
Yep.
And he laughed and he said, well, maybe things have changed since last time I looked. What's your proof? And I said, my proof is G-Man, him, saying that Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Catholics are not Christians. Which means that there are more atheists than there are Christians, And he then spent the next 3 minutes telling me I was wrong, that he could call them Christians because they claim to be Christians, but they're not Christians really.
Yeah.
And so he thought he'd beat me with
around and around and around.
Yeah, he basically, argued the point I was making and thought he'd beaten me. And unfortunately, he's too much of an idiot to realize it.
Yeah,
You know?
and you talk to these idiots and you nail them on something, and then they'll immediately change the subject and just go.
And that's why they're not worth arguing with, because they just
Don't
move.
do that.
Every time you nail them, they move the goalposts.
You know,
Yeah.
the goalpost move, and you just go, "Oh, this was pointless. I'm never going to get this 20 minutes back."
Yeah. You know, calling them out on that, saying, do you need some oil for these goalposts on wheels? Because, you know.
Yeah, because they're squeaking.
Yeah.
Can you put me in touch with your chiropractor, because I cannot reach the way you are reaching at the moment, and
Yeah, I can't bend over backwards far enough to make this work. The slavery thing is always interesting to talk to Christians about, especially when they're from New Zealand, because you know, if you get New Zealand Christians talking to me here in Australia about slavery, I go, "Oh, this is fucking awesome. You're from New Zealand," because it's technically possible for me to take you as a slave, because you're from a neighbouring country. So, boy, if you get out the back and do my yard work, that'd be great.
chop some wood.
I'm going to tie you up out the back. You'll have some shelter from the rain, and you'll get a meal a day. Have you got any families that I can own?
Yes.
And they tend to get the shits at this. And then you show them where it is. Because these are the same people that says everything in here is true. And your Muslims are the same. They go, everything in here is true. And you go, okay, so I'm allowed to fuck 14-year-olds. That's okay. Great. And they go, no, that's not a thing. That's a, you know, it's like, I basically, there's a guy called Aaron Ra. You've probably heard of him.
I've not just heard of him. I've showed him around Manchester. I'm friends with him.
Right.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. So you know Aaron Ra.
Yes.
One of his lines was, "Look, you're basically getting advice from a Neolithic people, a nomadic Neolithic people. Things have changed. You've got to move with those times.
Yeah.
And if you're he said, I don't like Catholics because they tend to burn people and own the world when they want to. But they at least say that times change." And one of the first words in I think it's the Nicene Creed, what a good Catholic I am, is we are the moving and apostolic Catholic Church. And they deliberately get together every few hundred years and say, righto, faith change. And they mean it. They do say things have changed. We've reinterpreted the Bible in this way. One of the things that happened to them early on was Galileo was a scandal. Galileo didn't get arrested for saying that the world moved around the sun. He got arrested for interpreting the Bible. That was what he got arrested for. But the world said the science is in and you're fucking wrong. And they were going, no. He said interpreting the Bible, and they said, no, you're saying this about science. And from that moment, there was actually communiques sent out in the Catholic Church. They're in the Vatican Library. They've been looked up. They've been seen. And the popes, there's a new pope straight after Galileo because he died, and the new one came in and said, science is kicking our ass all over the place. And these new frigging reformists are asking when Easter is, and we don't know. It might have been a bit, yeah. And they were going, we've got to get ahead of the curve, or we're just going to find ourselves looking like dickheads for the rest of eternity. And the big change between Protestantism, except for the Church of England, which interests me, and Catholicism was Catholicism said, we're going to get into science big time. And so they made an observatory on the top of the Vatican, and they told their Jesuit scientists, get out into the fields and find out God's glory, and write it down and tell us the science about it. Talk to scientists, find out what's going on out there.
Yeah,
And,
my friend, the doctor, her way of describing it is that, God lit the blue touch paper and stood well back.
That is basically where they got to. What they eventually did was what really set this going was Darwin came out and let go of Origin of Species, and all of the churches just jumped on it straight away and said, we're not related to monkeys. But the Catholics said, no, this is where it happened. And they all looked back at the Catholics and said, well, what are you talking about, Willis? And they said, no, see, and this is what the Catholics do. Every time a new scientific discovery is made that further pushes science into creation, they go, see how amazing our God is, that God doesn't have to micromanage evolution. God can just set up a few cells and go, be the free creation that you are and be wonderful and beautiful. And away you go. And see how amazing and wonderful our God is to make all this happen out of a word. And if you were a prophet and you had to see all of the universe unfold, how long would that take? That'd take about 7 days for you to see that happen, and for you to interpret that and try and put all that down on paper with all the information that you got in that 7-day vision. You'd come out like something like, first there was the word, and then there was light, and then there was the waters dividing, and then there was fishes, and then there was this, and then there was that, and then there was man, and you try and keep up. So you could see that there'd be there'd be a story of the amazingness that happened over billions of years, because they were also across rocks, old Earth. They were across old Earth really early, and the Protestants, the evangelicals especially, went further and further and further away from cutting edge science.
That's one of the things, though, because one of the whiplash events from the Origin of Species was the Seventh-day Adventists and a lady called Ellen G. White, who basically had a fall when she was a kid, and then she had seizures. And she had visions, is basically the way it's described. And, and that's where the young earth creationism stuff started. The young earth creationist, the Baptists and so on, they refused to accept that the roots of that is a Seventh-day Adventist.
Yes, absolutely. The schisms do not talk to one another.
Yeah, I've got another thing that I've got to tell you that's funny about that Richard Raspberry guy. So
give me 2 secs. Give me 2 secs, please.
Sure.
I'll be back.
Okay, keep going, Laura.
Well, he's going to come back in 2 secs.
All right. Well,
wants to hear it. It's funny. It's a funny
story. Let's talk about something frivolous for 60 seconds till he comes back, because he's actually usually pretty quick. Look at this. Okay. Because my offspring like to bake occasionally. So we have all these ridiculous cake decorations, like what I use to decorate my cocktail. It's got pink sugar and little pink and white hearts and the silver balls and then pink and white balls. So this is just one. There's an absurd amount of cake decorations up there. So if I ever want to have a silly garnish for cocktail, I have an enormous amount of cake decorations I can use to rim cocktail glasses. So it's good. And also, just as AZ settles in,
you said rim.
Yes, rim job. There we go. This is my. It's just vodka, and I'm infusing. I just saw the coconut chips that were just in the supermarket, like in the cake decoration area, and they called them toasted caramel coconut chips. So this will be a coconut caramel vodka in a couple of days when I think it's absorbed enough. Look, AZ thinks it's witchcraft. Speaking. Oh, sorry. No, I want you to finish your story first, Laura.
Oh,
But
sure.
Sorry, guys. I am fading. I am tired. It's not that I don't love your story, Laura. It's
But you
just
are
that
gorgeous with it. You are
I got
gorgeous with it,
up at,
Chris.
I got woken by my body at 5:30 this morning, which I thought was very rude.
That is messed
Anyway.
up.
So I shall bid
Good
you
night.
good night.
Yep. See you
Night,
again.
Kirsty.
Good night.
Good night, gorgeous.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for telling me about stuff.
Yeah. So this Richard Raspberry story. So he's got someone who was actually another Christian, but he believes in evolution. Nice guy, not brilliantly smart. Unfortunately, he's one of the people that, you know, has an idea, but he tries to bluff that he knows more than he does, but usually doesn't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So what happens is he's talking Richard Raspberry, and Richard Raspberry saying, read this, scientific paper. So he's reading this paper and he's like, skeptical on it, and he gets to the words pre-flood and stops.
Ooh.
And then he sort of, go on. And then he starts reading a bit more, and then he gets to Noah and stops. It's all right. Where did this come from? Did this come from Answers in Genesis or, creationism.com or whatever? No. Well, this just sounds really dubious, that kind of thing. And he keeps asking him sort of questions like, where'd you get it from? And then he gets to a point where he says, did you write this, Richard? And Richard, after a couple of seconds, goes, yes.
Yes.
And it's like, holy fuck. It's like, read my paper, It's like, here's this piece of academic paper that proves I'm right, and I wrote it.
And
Oh
I
my
wrote it.
God.
So I'm right because I wrote
Oh,
it.
dear me. The best thing about that video, which is still available, is that after Richard leaves, he invites a couple of other people in, and the first guy arrives, and he's just bursting out laughing. Absolutely, read my paper. Do you want to see your sources? What? Tomato, tomato.
HP.
Yeah, exactly. If you ever feel if I ever feel really having a really crappy day, I can watch that video and just get a smile.
Just get a laugh out of it.
Just in case it gets lost somehow. It is so funny. It really is.
Nice.
And did you read this? Did you write this?
Oh my God, that's just brilliant. That is so good. Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey, AZ, I got a call back for you. Witchcraft, the Witch of King's Cross. You would be familiar with Rosaline Norton,
Yes.
an amazing figure from 20th century Australia. Well, I think Mr. Grant Gregory, what you doing, buddy?
Oh, you're back.
Oh, look at the cutie.
Well, my phone. That is a cute picture.
It is.
Do you have a microphone, Grant? Because we're not hearing anything.
Oh,
Yeah, no, we got
there you are.
Got a bit of sound.
All right. So I'm
Yeah,
just going to go because oh no, he's disappeared. I was looking at these things. A film is coming out, and it's apparently a good, unsensational, thorough, and somewhat scholarly look at Rosaline Norton. She was born in Dunedin, but moved. Her family emigrated to Sydney when she was about 7 years old. She died in 1979. A self-proclaimed witch, she experienced childhood visions, which speaks to something interesting if she was seeing things when she was 5 years old. Is that Grant's going to try again? You're trying again, mate?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I can hear you. So, Rosaline, this film is apparently going to trace the magical side, which was everything from just, well... Oh no, that's not working for us, Grant. I love she picked up Aleister Crowley's Sex Magic as well, and a lot of her artwork was very sexual, and she worshipped Pan, the fertility god, aka the fucking god, and and she got Eugene. Well, it was Eugene Goosens' own fault. Some people said she got Eugene Goosens into trouble. He was a composer and conductor, and he's very famous, but he was into the whole occult scene. I think he was involved with Crowley in England, actually. And
I think he was too. And I
he
think
got
everybody wants to
infatuated.
neatly- I think everyone wants to neatly forget that. And when he
Yeah.
came to Australia and was living with his mother all
Yeah.
the time,
Yeah.
everyone thought that was a bit weird. And there's photos of him naked as a jaybird
Yeah.
with feathers on. Now,
Yeah.
everyone just thought that was a kink, but in fact, that's part of Crowleyan ritual. So that was a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, and he sought Rosalind Norton out. He came to Australia specifically to find her.
Yes, he did.
And then he was part of the sex parties and whatnot.
She was hassled by the music community for getting him into trouble, but he didn't need her to get into trouble. He did that on his own.
No.
And
Yeah.
it's becoming more and more obvious that he got that on his own, and she wore it. She also, to be fair, politically saw this as a smooth move because it made her fucking notorious. And she was not averse to riding a bit of limelight on the darker side because it made her very naughty and very mysterious and very it made her very trad occult, the whole dark mixed with naughty mixed with I don't know what powers I'm getting involved in here. And she was probably semi-legit, but she was definitely what we call an economic magician. She was definitely in it for the cash. She used to run seances and visions and workshops and shit. And it was all, we would call them workshops now. And it was all, 50 quid up front. It was all money. She used to charge a lot of money. You wanted to talk to your dad's husband from the war, then that was fine. She was right up for that. And your dead husband had a lot to say, apparently.
And she did art. She did art exhibitions. The notoriety was really useful for the even though works would be confiscated, the Vice Squad would show up at her gallery openings and take away some of the pieces. It definitely helped with attracting rich people who wanted a bit of naughtiness in their life. Hey Grant, how's it going?
Hey Grant.
Hey guys.
But yeah, I think I'll be able to get this movie streaming on Amazon. So we keep talking about you coming over at some point. When that's on Amazon, you should definitely do a watching of the Rosalind Norton.
Really good at publicity. I believe I know her reincarnation. I believe I know her reincarnation because I know someone who's really down the same lines. And she was a fascinating human being. She was probably semi-legit. She probably had a little bit of a finger in the reel, but she was definitively all about
he was a marketer.
Table and hold hands. Say again?
He was a marketer. Knew how to market.
Oh, fuck, she knew how to market. When the Vice Squad came and confiscated her paintings, that was fucking awesome because that was front page news. The Vice Squad's come in.
You take away someone's art like Lenny Bruce back in the day when he was doing his comedy. It made it even way more sought after. It's the same sort of thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When Lenny Bruce got
I
arrested,
found
he was booked for 6 months solid after that, every time.
You know, it's really interesting listening to stories like this because I don't hear any news about Australia unless it's on fire, or
It usually is.
you know, or how crazy the politics is occasionally.
yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I ever hear. I actually learn more news from watching, you know, your Angry Aussie videos from, you know, talking about, you know, I've forgotten his name now. Abbott. By the way, Abbott, who is now working for the British government.
Yes, which is
Well,
wild
I
as
mean,
hell.
he's a Brit, so it kind of helps.
He was
Because-
actually English born, yes.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll give him the
I-
credit. When everything happened, he didn't leave the country. He got out there and he fought by it, unlike some other sort of JOMO type person who decided
That
to flee the
was
country.
outrageous.
I mean, I'm not
No,
naming
man.
names. I'm just saying random words.
Random
Oh,
words. I like it.
tried
Yeah.
to say to me, doesn't ScoMo deserve a break? And I probably foolishly lost my temper and said, the man's got the top fucking job in the land. It is the top job in the land. You've got to fucking really want it. And when the country's in trouble, you've got to be the focus of togetherness for the country. That's the whole point of the union of our states. We don't call it
Yeah.
the Union of Australia. We call it the Commonwealth of Australia. But,
But what better place to get together than Hawaii with your
Hawaii
family?
is the go. And he said, well, what was he supposed to do? And I said, he's supposed to simply be the focal point. And he's also supposed to hand out money to places that need it in a hurry, because he's the guy that's authorized to tell the treasurer, dump 15 million bucks into acquiring this water for these fireys. Dump 15 million bucks into the army to move them to this area to fucking help people. And one of the things that the I can't remember if it was Labor or Liberal started it for the cyclone that hit the Queenslanders, and they did it for the cyclone and the flood. And I think they've stopped doing it now, but they could do it again tomorrow if they wanted. The cyclone hit, and the damage was done, and then they had to clean up and get everything ready. And the government at the time said, look, uni students, it's holiday time for you. If you're up for it, it'd be really good if you came and helped us clean up. And they fucking showed big time. Thousands of them showed up, and the army put them in tents, and they got doctors together, and they got food together, and they coordinated it really well. And the townships that the students were in said the students were fucking great, because fucking 12 of them had come with their healthy young bodies and then just rip through the place and clean everything up and stick it on trucks and sweep all the mud out.
Even Kevin Rudd helped out and he ended up getting a bloody foot infection from cutting himself on a piece of metal, doing stuff,
Yeah,
you know, with a cleanup.
that's
So,
right. You know, and these uni students were just fucking going nuts. And it was, they said, actually technically effective as a cleanup and as a help. And it was also a great morale boost for the town, because the town just shits itself when its industry gets flattened and their town's full of crap and they're just on their ass. But then when you get thousands of people come in and help, and they're not asking for a handout and they're all smiling and giggling and joking, and they had to get more doctors in for the camps for the students, because unofficially they started to call their camps Fucktown.
I was going to say, was that the
doctors
syphilis
were
thing?
apparently handing out condoms by the bucket load, and the army was going, if they need it, they need that, and the locals were going, if they need that, they need that. because the locals were finding couples in their backyard, giving it to them, and they were going, yeah, whatever, they'll clean up tomorrow. That's fine. I used to do that. Shit, Darwin, we used to do that when we, probably in that backyard. We won't tell them. This was all about community and wholeness. ScoMo fucks off to Hawaii when the place is on fire.
How bad do you have to be to make Tony Abbott look like a freaking, almost like a hero? I mean, like the guy that sat there and ate an onion and said, "Oh well, shit happens. Your troops died." He's now looking like one of the greatest freaking prime ministers we've ever had because he spent his whole time for free doing something that the prime minister should have at least went, "Well, I'm at least going to stay anyway." Nah, it's too much. Here, have you seen this piece of coal?
Yeah, exactly. It's scary that Abbott looks good compared to Scotty from marketing. It is truly terrifying. In fact,
it's frightening.
And literally, where the bloody hell are you? It's the perfect campaign. Like that's like if it's the most juiciest piece of irony ever. Where the bloody hell are you? Was the thing that he orchestrated, and then it was the thing that was used against him.
Yeah. And of course, it's been worked out that he spent more days on holiday than actually being prime minister at this time. Terrifying. It was great. I watched that great piece of film when he turned up at the fire ground eventually in a suit. What a fuckwit. And went up to the fire to say, thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Grant Gregory?
Yeah, sorry, my headphone just dropped out. You keep going.
Okay, anyway, he's gone up to the fire to shake his hand. The fire's gone, no, don't touch. I'm not shaking your hand. You're an arsehole. You're a dick. You're a dog. Piss off. And that went to national news, and there was no getting away from that. And I was at least hoping that Australia would pick up on that. And I think they basically have. Of course, the other thing that really hurts me is that COVID has saved ScoMo's ass. Because
what is this guy's name? Because it just sounds like you're saying ScoMo.
Oh, yes, no, right. That's I call him ScoMo because I fucking hate the fact the snivelling piece of shit declared his own nickname. His name's Scott Morrison, and he put it about that people call him ScoMo, and it's like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit, telling us that we should give you a nickname. I call him ScoMo.
There's a weird thing in British politics where you say
he's a big fan of J-Lo and he wanted to try and do it.
Yeah. There's a really amusing thing about British politics where, for years before he became prime minister, you say the word Boris and everybody knows who you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I was blown away when Boris became prime minister. I thought, no fucking way. I would have said Trump would have been president of America before Boris was prime minister of shit. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when Boris became prime minister. I just thought, no fucking way. And then there it was. Boris was the man.
His rant about ping pong versus with WAF in the 2012 Olympics, it was so dumb. I replayed that so many times. I love it. I love Boris Johnson. I think he's comedy gold.
If there is one statement of who he is, it was the little speech he gave for the opening of the velodrome for the 2012 Olympics, and he's basically talking about rhubarb. And, seriously, it's hilarious because it's, you've got Sebastian Coe, who, is a former British athlete, and he's the head of the Olympic organization. You can almost see his eyes burying in the back of his head saying, shut the fuck up.
Please
with
stop
this
talking.
Rhubarb business. And all it comes down to is that the building, the steel has got like a reddy brown hue to it, because they used rhubarb juice to create that color, just to give it a bit more than just normal, grey metal. And so it's like it's been lovely rubbed with rhubarb, and and it's just like, what are you talking about? And there's a girl next to him, and in her head, before he starts speaking, it's like, I'm going to be on TV, and all my friends are going to be able to see it. And instead, what it is, you can almost see her eyes buffering with the mindset of, oh fuck, I'm on TV, and this is what people are going to be listening to see me on TV forever.
Listening to
He was the mayor at that stage, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Being the mayor of London is a big deal. It's like being the mayor of New York. London is a big time deal in Britain. It's like Tokyo. In Japan, if you're the mayor of Tokyo, you are a big deal. And for Boris to be mayor of London blew my mind. I just went, how did that happen? And then he became prime minister, and I just went, how did that happen? Because I got told a little while ago by my mental health professionals to unplug from the news. Angry knows all about this. And so I come on all the time with fucking very uninformed opinions, but I do have sources that give me really quite deep inside information. So I'll come out with stuff that's really dodgy. But it's from people who are actually working the trenches and tell me things they're not supposed to. And so I would only pick up bits and pieces of Boris's rise. And then I finally found out that he was Prime Minister and went, the fuck? Because I heard about Brexit, and I did a bit of research on Brexit, and I went, why? Why would you do that? And then I found out that the Brexit lady couldn't make it happen, so they pissed her off. And so Boris came in and has sorted everything out, apparently. And then got COVID. Genius.
Well, it's the horrible part of it is that the whole Brexit thing was just a catastrophe of Britons thinking they were better than everybody else. That's really it comes down to it.
Yes.
The most of the rest of Europe, although they have their national identity for themselves, their European mindset, whereas Britain aren't. We still have this idea about we got this sort of, we used to have the British Empire, and we still got the Commonwealth, and we got the Queen, and we got the pound, and all these sorts of things. And like, for example, back in the 90s, it was like, okay, go for the euro as a currency. So Italy gave up lira, Germans got rid of the mark, and all going for the euro. And Britain's like, no, we're not going to do this. And a big part of the reason is because we'll lose our national identity. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about?
No, you won't.
Paper, the Italians are still Italian. Germans are still German, French are still, the French will still drop tools and have an air traffic control strike because,
just because,
they will still do this. They will still be just as French as they always have been.
Yeah. And there's no helping it.
Baguettes and orgies before breakfast. That's the French way.
It's the French way.
And it's and the best example of the politicians weren't in touch with people, because what had happened was we kind of thought that we'd beaten the whole abject racists problem in the country. We were nicer now. We weren't the soccer hooligan 80s people anymore. We were much more cultured now. And so the politicians thought, well, if we do this, it'll just, they'll say they won't go for it. So, it'll be fine. But instead, what happened was you ended up with racist arseholes who said, and there's a video out there, it's from Channel 4, where, the day after, It's like, yeah, I'm glad it happened. I voted for it because I was, didn't want the bloody Muslims getting in, which has fuck all to do with Europe. Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Nothing
mean,
to do with Europe.
there were a lot of selective clips that I've seen on both sides of the news when it comes to it, and I think it's a cherry pick. The fact of the matter is that it happened, and I think in the long term, and it's going to be a long while. I think if the British get back their British identity as you so call it, I think it will work good in the long term. I don't like the idea of an overarching I don't know, committee, law enforcement. I don't know what it is. I feel it's weird that, like, say for instance in Australia, if there was something like another country or another collective that could control certain aspects of Australia, because regional New South Wales, New Victoria, and Northern Territory and everything are very different to a city in another country. And there's always that fear of the ones who get left behind, and because I'm in that sort of area, that's always my sort of mindset. And I can understand why there was a lot of. I mean, England's obviously a lot smaller, but I can understand the mindset.
Sorry, Mr. Grant Geary, I don't want to. I'm not trying to start a punch on with you, but do understand that Australia is that place for New Zealand, for Papua New Guinea, for bits of Fiji, and for bits and pieces of the South Pacific. New Zealand has our plumbing code and our electrical code in it because the overarching councils have decided that's the way it's going to go. Papua New Guinea has Australia's plumbing and
but they have their own dollar and everything. That's what I'm saying. Like it is. I understand what you're saying. You can take the good, but I'm also saying, like, the fact of the matter is that if you look at Australia and you look at New Zealand, we are two completely different countries. I mean, just look at the government, the way in which the things. I mean, in government-wise, look at the way in which COVID was handled. You've got a country that handled it perfectly, and then you've got us.
Well, we have actually been ranked as 8th in the world as handling it well.
Yeah, and that's because the state premiers all told Scummo to fuck off.
Yeah.
The reason we had the level of success we had is Scummo got ignored.
Yeah. I think Berejiklian has the reason why we weren't any higher.
Britain's the fourth worst per capita. It's awful.
But Gladys Berejiklian was allowing the ships and everything to come in. I think that was a huge mistake.
Fucking massive mistake.
Yeah. I think that cost us. I mean, I'm not throwing shade at any politicians, but I don't think she's made a good decision yet.
No.
No, she's pretty shit.
Between her and Barilaro,
between
her and Barilaro, I'm surprised that. I mean, if you want to look at, I mean, Trump got impeached for less. So
yeah.
I mean, why can't we do it here?
Yeah.
The last premier had to sit down had to step down because someone gave him a 3,000 bottle of wine. Barilaro is getting handouts from bloody surf clubs and everything.
She's got fucking the whole Murdoch press juggernaut behind her.
Oh yeah.
Shit that fucking Dan Andrews did and got told he was a tyrant and a draconian idiot. She's being told that she's a fucking hero and a legend. She's basically taken the Victorian copybook and copied it, a playbook and copied it, and she's been told, "Oh, what a fucking visionary genius." When in fact, look, if it comes down to it, you can, if you want to, point to her and say she was the one that introduced the disease to the country, and other people helped.
Yeah,
other people helped. Let's just get that real. But
who is you talking about?
Hey,
who are you talking about? I know.
Okay, so
New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian.
Okay, right.
Right.
She's also known as the koala killer.
Yes. Yes. She took a lot of money out of when the Australia thought that 2020 was going to be the year of the fires. because the big fire happened and the liberal states, the conservative states, had taken so much money out of firefighting that it really hit us hard.
Yeah.
And there's no question that that's what it was, and that's what happened. Basically, she got painted as the koala killer because there was great pictures of koalas on fire.
Yeah.
And effectively, Australia thought that that was going to be what 2020 was about, when in fact what happened was COVID happened. And that is what Australia's about this year, or last year, and probably this year as well.
You know, I had a weird thought about COVID the other day, and it's just like, you know, it's conspiracy theory, no evidence for it, obviously, but it's like, you know, China is increasing its military muscle, especially with the Sprat Islands and stuff like that. They're buying, you know, half of London and many other cities, and it just sort of made me think that, wow, wouldn't it be crazy if it was discovered that they'd started COVID to fuck up the rest of the economy, knowing that theirs would recover so much quicker?
Well, I hear you, and I've heard that before. But in fact, China nearly shat itself when COVID got big, because China relies on the world buying its cheap shit.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden,
It also owns a lot of our country's water supplies, which, in my opinion, I don't technically like.
not it's less than has been fucking publicized.
I don't know the exact numbers, but either way,
it's not. It is a bit, but it's not a lot.
And especially with what you were saying about the, you know, our next Great War. I mean,
it's been pumped
they could come in. Yeah,
it's been pumped out of proportion, basically. But two things: China has always and still is been an introvert, militarily looking country. They have emotional claims to Tibet and Taiwan and the Spratlys, and they're very, very deeply involved in that's ours. But they're not into walking across the rest of the world. Never have been. Have had lots of opportunities to. The Mongols did, but they never did. They've always been about fortress China. The center of the world is China. They've always had an emperor and lots of warlords looking after a feudal China. And you can change the labels and you can change the systems, but it's always gone back to the same thing. And it's gone back to the same thing now. And yes, they are increasing their military might. And it's effectively because they realise they've got a lot of money and America would like it, thank you very much. And they want America to know they're not allowed to have it.
Yeah.
Basically,
they use that the Hollywood stuff as well. That's why the Hollywood stuff is making sure that they've got a lot more of China interest in certain things. I mean, look what they did to John Boyega in Star Wars. You know, with all the posters and the promotional material.
You know, and basically you've also got the thing about the Chinese economy, you know, introducing the virus to beef up their economy is not a real thing. China relies on the global trade system. They're making a global highway so they can get their goods to more places more quickly for less money. And they're putting a lot of money into this global highway that's both land, sea, and air. It's a big deal, and it's
Also
going to
by
take
rail as well.
Sorry?
They're also doing a lot by rail as well.
Oh, fuck yeah.
We had
They're
a
going
thing
everywhere.
about
They're basically making a massive Chinese world highway.
Yeah.
And one of the part of this military build-up is to protect this world highway. Anyway, the thing about this disease is that a lot of countries have stopped goods from China. China does not like this because it it lives on this sea of cash. It's got to spread the wealth to the poor of the. I'll just wait till everyone comes back from the lag. It's got to spread the wealth to the poor of the inner areas of China as fast as it can, and it's doing so.
So I just thought it was great that he said stop and then he's frozen like this on my screen.
Yeah,
So,
he's doing this big
Yeah.
racist symbol at us.
yeah, I was wondering about that.
Isn't that the Q thing? Oh,
No. It's the white supremacist. We're being funny.
oh yeah.
And I think his audio's gone now too.
No, I can hear you. I just missed. I obviously lagged out.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is that China needs to sell a lot. Also, their big problem is they've got massive contracts for raw goods coming into China on a regular basis, so they can sell globally very fast. And part of their trading partner is Australia, that's selling them a lot of raw goods. And Scummo turned around and said, "You guys are fucked because you made a disease. So, we're going to use you as a mob of dickheads." And then China said, "Thank you. We're going to tariff your goods out of existence." And basically they need to slow down the supply of raw goods coming in because their sales have dropped off markedly. The disease has done fuck all for their economy. It's only hurt their economy. And what they're doing now is desperately trying to stop spending outside China, and they're looking for any excuse to choke off their contracted fucking goods coming in. And our Prime Minister just fucking walked in and handed them on a platter the excuse to chop off their ironclad contracts with us. And
I mean, what Laura said, that kind of makes sense. You kind of giving us a backup with that theory. I mean, it's a long-term solution. Maybe that's what they're going for.
I mean, one of the reasons why I think COVID has spread quicker than it should have done is because, first country to get COVID was China. And what they did is they clamped down really hard, really quick. They built a hospital really quick and all that kind of stuff. They took national action because they control everything quite so much. And, to the point that, remember that, things like, I don't think Twitter exists and lots of other things don't exist because they prevent you from seeing what everybody else is saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of propaganda, shall we say, or rather, withholding of stuff that outside. So they keep They treat people like treat people like mushrooms, keep them in the dark and feed them on shit.
Feed them shit.
Yeah, much like Australia.
So as a result, they recovered. When I say recovered, they managed to get better. They've still had a couple of other lockdowns, but generally they have recovered quite quickly. But then effectively, how effectively the rates are about a week behind because they've got to collate the data. Similarly, what happens is because they had it first, they dealt with it first. Their lockdown finished first. And so while the rest of us are like, well, we need to get out of lockdown as soon as possible so we can get the economy working again. And so, China's doing it. We need to do it like when China's doing it. Well, that's too damn soon. So that horrible...
And look, sorry, I'm just going to have to cut across. I'm literally about to fall asleep. I am, as much as this is actually a really engaging conversation, I am absolutely going to fall asleep, so I'm going to end the stream. So I want to thank all you fine people. Robot Man Greg came in and say hello just as I'm saying good night. Good night. Take care, one and all. I won't be on tomorrow night because I'm having a date night. Probably be on Sunday night. We'll see what happens. But take care, everyone. See you later.